Hey there, night owls! Tonight we're tackling one of the wildest substances humanity ever stumbled upon. A white powder that promised doctors a miracle cure, gave Sigmund Freud the confidence of 1,000 therapists, and somehow ended up in your grandma's original Coca-Cola recipe. Yeah, we're talking about cocaine. The drug that went from sacred Andean leaf to Victorian wonder medicine to cartel currency faster than you can say pharmaceutical misunderstanding. And trust me, the journey from Incan temples to Pablo Escobar's hippo collection is way stranger than any Netflix documentary prepared you for. Before we dive into 8,000 years of questionable decisions, do me a favour. Drop a comment letting me know where you're watching from tonight. What time is it in your corner of the world? I'm genuinely curious who's joining me for this particular adventure through humanity's relationship with plant-based chaos. Hit that like button if you're into these deep dives, and let's get comfortable. Alright, dim those lights, maybe grab some water, just water, let's be clear, and settle in. We're about to trace how one little leaf from the Andes managed to reshape empires, destroy communities, fund wars, and somehow convince an entire generation of Victorian gentlemen that snorting chemicals was the height of medical sophistication. Ready to see how we got here? Let's go. Now, before we get anywhere near the white powder that would eventually destroy neighbourhoods and fund private armies, we need to rewind the clock. And I don't mean a few decades or even a few centuries. We're going back roughly 8,000 years to a time when the coca leaf was about as far from a party drug as you could possibly imagine. Picture this. The towering Andes Mountains, air so thin your lungs have to file a formal complaint just to function, and small groups of people who figured out something remarkable about a certain shrub growing on those impossible slopes. This is where our story really begins, not in a Colombian jungle lab or a Miami nightclub, but in the misty highlands of South America, where chewing a bitter leaf meant the difference between survival and becoming another casualty of altitude sickness. Let's establish something right away. The coca plant, Erythroxylum coca if you want to sound impressive at your next dinner party, is not cocaine. I know, that seems obvious, but you'd be surprised how many people conflate the two. The leaf itself contains a tiny percentage of the alkaloid that would later be isolated and concentrated into the powder we know today. Chewing coca leaves is about as similar to snorting cocaine as drinking a cup of green tea is to mainlining pure caffeine directly into your jugular. The effects are gentler, slower, and, here's the kicker, actually useful for surviving in one of the harshest environments on the planet. The indigenous peoples of the Andes weren't getting high. They were getting through their day without collapsing from exhaustion or altitude sickness. Not exactly the same thing as a Wall Street trader doing lines in a bathroom stall, is it? The earliest evidence we have of coca use dates back to around 6000 BCE, which means people were chewing these leaves before the ancient Egyptians figured out how to stack really big rocks into triangles. Let that sink in for a moment. While the rest of the world was still figuring out basic agriculture and maybe, just maybe, starting to think about settling down instead of wandering around hunting mammoths, the people of the Andes had already discovered their most valuable botanical ally. Archaeological sites in Peru have yielded evidence of coca chewing that predates written history by millennia. We're talking about a tradition so old that by the time the first pyramid was built, coca had already been a staple of Andean life for thousands of years. That's not just ancient, that's prehistoric in the most literal sense of the word. The archaeological evidence for early coca use is fascinating, if a bit macabre. You see, when you chew coca leaves, and I mean really chew them, not just nibble, you need to add some kind of alkaline substance to release the active compounds. Today people use bicarbonate of soda or lime, but ancient Andeans used ash or crucite, a calcium-rich substance. This process, when done repeatedly over years, leaves distinctive marks on the teeth. And guess what? Mummies? Yes, actual preserved human remains from thousands of years ago show exactly these dental patterns. The Chinchorro people of what is now northern Chile and southern Peru were mummifying their dead around 5000 BCE, making their mummies even older than Egyptian ones, and many of these ancient bodies show clear evidence of habitual coca chewing. So we have literal physical proof, preserved in human tissue and bone, that people were using this plant continuously for thousands upon thousands of years. Not exactly a passing fad, was it? But why coca? Why this particular plant in this particular place? Well, if you've ever tried to breathe at 12,000 feet elevation, you already have part of your answer. The Andes aren't just tall, they're brutally, unforgivingly tall. We're talking about an environment where oxygen is scarce, temperatures can plummet without warning, and the terrain makes a casual walk feel like an Olympic event. The people who settled these highlands needed every advantage they could get, and coca provided several. The leaf acts as a mild stimulant, suppressing hunger and fatigue while providing a gentle energy boost that lasts for hours. It also helps with altitude sickness, that nasty condition where your brain swells up and your lungs fill with fluid, because your body hasn't figured out that it's supposed to function with 40% less oxygen than usual. Coca doesn't eliminate these problems entirely, but it makes them manageable. It's like having a cheat code for surviving in an environment that actively wants you dead. The plant itself is remarkably hardy, which makes sense given where it evolved. Coca shrubs can grow on steep mountain slopes where most other crops would simply give up and roll downhill. They don't need much in the way of fertile soil, and they can handle the dramatic temperature swings that are just part of daily life in the highlands. For ancient Andean farmers, this was a crop that practically grew itself, and it paid dividends in ways that grain or vegetables simply couldn't. You can't chew a potato and suddenly feel less tired, but you can definitely do that with coca leaves. The plant filled a niche that nothing else could, and it filled it so well that it became indispensable to highland life. Now here's where things get interesting from a cultural perspective. The coca leaf didn't just become useful, it became sacred. And not sacred in that casual way modern people might use the word, like how some folks consider their morning coffee ritual sacred. No, we're talking about genuine religious significance, woven into the very fabric of Andean spiritual life. The leaf was believed to be a gift from the gods, a divine substance that connected the human world to the supernatural. Priests used it in ceremonies. Offerings to deities included coca leaves. Important decisions weren't made without first consulting the coca, examining the leaves for signs and omens much like other cultures might read tea leaves or animal entrails. Except, with coca you got the bonus of actually feeling better after the ceremony, instead of just having a pile of discarded tea or, worse, messy animal parts. The spiritual significance of coca in pre-Columbian Andean societies cannot be overstated. These weren't casual beliefs held by a few superstitious individuals. This was the bedrock of religious practice across entire civilizations. The plant was associated with Mama Coca, a divine mother figure who provided sustenance and protection to the Andean peoples. Offerings of coca leaves were made at mountain passes, before journeys, after harvests, and during virtually every significant life event. Birth, death, marriage, illness, planting, harvesting, all of these occasions involved coca in some ritualistic capacity. The leaf served as a bridge between the mundane and the divine, a physical substance that could carry prayers and intentions to the gods. When you understand this context, you start to realize just how profoundly different the indigenous understanding of coca was from what it would later become in European hands. Archaeological excavations have revealed coca-related artifacts that paint a vivid picture of the plant's central role in ancient Andean life. Ceramic vessels decorated with coca leaves, bags specifically designed for carrying the precious leaves, carved lime containers used for the alkaline additives. These items appear with remarkable consistency across different sites and time periods. One of the most common finds in ancient burial sites is the coca bag, a small pouch that held a person's personal supply of leaves. The fact that people were buried with their coca bags tells us something profound about the importance of the plant. You don't take things into the afterlife that aren't absolutely essential, and for ancient Andeans, coca apparently made the cut. That's like being buried with your most prized possessions, except your most prized possession is a bag of leaves that help you not feel terrible. Priorities, I suppose. The practice of coca chewing itself was, and still is, quite specific. You don't just grab a handful of leaves and start munching like you're eating a salad. No, there's a technique to it refined over thousands of years. First, you take a few leaves, remove the central vein if you're being particular about it, and fold them carefully. Then you add a pinch of the alkaline substance, usually from a small container you keep with you. The leaves and alkali are placed in the cheek, forming a wad that you gently chew and suck on for the next hour or so. The alkaline reacts with the leaf, releasing the active compounds gradually into your system. It's slow, it's methodical, and it's about as far from the instant gratification of modern drug use as you can get. Ancient Andeans weren't looking for a rush. They were looking for sustained energy and focus to get through their incredibly demanding day. The practice required patience and technique, not exactly the hallmarks of recreational drug use. What's particularly interesting is that coca chewing was traditionally regulated by social customs and norms. You didn't just chew coca whenever you felt like it. There were appropriate times and contexts, and these varied depending on your social position, your work, and the specific community you belonged to. In many societies, coca chewing was primarily associated with work. You chewed while you labored, while you traveled, while you performed tasks that required endurance. Recreational use, in the sense that we understand it today, wasn't really part of the picture. This was functional consumption, integrated into the rhythms of daily life and work. It's a bit like how coffee is consumed in modern offices. Sure, some people enjoy the taste, but mostly they're drinking it to stay alert and productive. Except, coca had been doing this job for about 6,000 years before coffee beans entered the chat. The geographical spread of coca use in ancient times was more limited than you might expect. The plant itself only grows well in certain elevation ranges and climate conditions. Too low and it's too hot, too high and it's too cold. This created a natural boundary for coca's distribution, centered primarily in what is now Peru, Bolivia, and parts of Ecuador and Colombia. However, the leaves themselves were traded far beyond where the plant actually grew. Coastal communities, who lived at sea level and couldn't cultivate coca themselves, valued the leaves highly and were willing to trade fish, shells, and other coastal products for them. This trade network extended even to communities in the Amazon basin, showing that coca's reputation and value spread well beyond the mountains where it grew. The leaf had become a commodity, valuable enough to trade across vast distances and through complex exchange networks. And all of this was happening millennia before any European would set foot on the continent. Let's talk about the specific evidence we have from mummies, because honestly, it's pretty remarkable stuff. The desert coastal regions of Peru and Chile have provided some of the best preserved ancient human remains on Earth, thanks to the incredibly dry conditions that essentially freeze-dry anything organic. These mummies, some dating back over 7,000 years, have been studied extensively, and many show unmistakable signs of coca use. The dental wear patterns are one indicator, but there's more. Chemical analysis of hair samples from these mummies has detected coca alkaloids, proving definitively that these individuals consumed coca regularly during their lifetimes. Hair, you see, grows slowly and traps chemicals from your bloodstream as it forms, creating a sort of timeline of what substances you've been consuming. It's like having a biological diary of your dietary habits, except written in keratin and readable by mass spectrometers. The mummies don't lie. These people were chewing coca leaves regularly, and they'd been doing it for so long that it was just part of who they were. One particularly fascinating case involves a mummy found in northern Chile, dating to around 2000 BCE. This individual, believed to have been a person of some status based on burial goods, had coca leaves actually placed in their mouth as part of the burial ritual. Not just in a bag nearby, but actually in the mouth. This suggests that coca was so important that it was needed even in death, perhaps to sustain the soul on its journey to the afterlife, or to ensure the deceased could continue their work in the spirit world. Whatever the specific belief, the message is clear. Coca wasn't something you left behind when you died. It was part of your identity, part of your spiritual toolkit, essential enough to take with you into eternity. That's a pretty strong endorsement of a plant's importance, wouldn't you say? The cultivation of coca itself became a sophisticated agricultural practice over these thousands of years. Andean farmers developed techniques for growing coca that maximize leaf production while working with the challenging terrain. Terracing, that brilliant method of carving flat growing surfaces into mountain slopes, was used extensively for coca cultivation. These terraces weren't just practical, they were engineering marvels that allowed agriculture to happen in places where it had no business existing. Picture walking along a mountain ridge and seeing row after row of carefully maintained coca bushes, their leaves glistening after a highland mist, tended by farmers who had inherited this knowledge from countless generations before them. This wasn't casual gardening. This was a sophisticated agricultural system built around a single sacred plant. The harvesting of coca leaves was itself surrounded by ritual and timing. Leaves weren't just picked randomly. There were optimal times for harvest based on the plant's growth cycle and the agricultural calendar. The best leaves come from plants that are regularly harvested, which encourages new growth, a fact that ancient cultivators clearly understood. After picking, leaves were carefully dried in the sun, a process that had to be done just right to preserve the potency while preventing rot. Too much moisture and the leaves mold, too dry and they become brittle and less effective. The knowledge required to successfully cultivate, harvest and prepare coca was substantial, passed down through generations and refined over millennia. By the time the Inca Empire came along, this knowledge base was ancient and comprehensive, representing thousands of years of accumulated agricultural wisdom focused on a single plant. What's particularly striking about pre-Columbian coca use is how integrated it was into the social fabric without becoming destructive. There's no archaeological evidence of ancient Andean civilizations collapsing due to widespread coca addiction, or of social problems stemming from coca abuse. The leaf was everywhere, used daily by millions of people over thousands of years, yet it seems to have enhanced rather than degraded social functioning. This stands in stark contrast to what would happen later, when the plant's most potent alkaloid was isolated and concentrated. The difference, of course, is in how the substance was consumed and understood. Chewing leaves that contain maybe 1% cocaine alkaloid, mixed with other compounds that slow absorption and moderate effects, and doing so within a framework of cultural norms and spiritual meaning. That's a very different scenario from isolating pure cocaine and consuming it in concentrated form for recreational purposes. The ancient Andeans had figured out something that later civilizations would forget. The dose makes the poison, and context matters as much as chemistry. The spiritual cosmology surrounding coca in ancient Andean thought was deeply connected to concepts of reciprocity and balance. The Andean worldview wasn't based on domination or conquest of nature, but on maintaining harmonious relationships with the natural and supernatural worlds. Coca fit perfectly into this philosophy. The plant gave energy and sustenance to humans, and in return humans gave thanks, offerings, and respect. It was a transaction, but a sacred one, governed by principles of mutual benefit rather than exploitation. This relationship with coca was part of a larger pattern of how Andean peoples related to their environment, with respect, ritual acknowledgement, and an understanding that what you take, you must also give back. The coca leaf wasn't just consumed, it was honoured. Every chew was potentially a prayer, every offering a renewal of the pact between humans and the divine forces that made the leaf possible. Different pre-Columbian civilizations had their own specific relationships with coca, though the basic reverence was consistent. The Moche civilization, flourishing on Peru's northern coast from around 100 to 700 CE, left behind stunning pottery that often depicted coca use. Their ceramics show figures with the characteristic bulge in the cheek from coca wads, and specialized vessels that were clearly designed for coca-related rituals. The Moche were master artists, and the fact that they chose to depict coca so frequently in their artwork tells us about its significance in their society. You don't immortalize something in ceramic art unless it matters deeply to your culture. The Nazca, famous for their mysterious lines drawn in the desert, also show evidence of extensive coca use, as do virtually all the major pre-Columbian Andean cultures. It was the common thread running through diverse civilizations, the shared botanical heritage of the highlands. The Tiwanaku civilization, centered near Lake Titicaca and flourishing from around 500 to 1000 CE, provides another fascinating window into ancient coca use. This was one of the most significant pre-Inca empires, controlling vast territories through a combination of trade networks and ideological influence. Coca appears prominently in Tiwanaku iconography and ritual practice. Stone carvings from their ceremonial centers show figures with the distinctive cheek bulge, and coca bags are among the most common grave goods found in Tiwanaku burial sites. The elite of Tiwanaku society were particularly associated with coca use, suggesting that while the leaf was widely available, there were still social dimensions to its consumption. Having abundant access to high-quality coca leaves was a marker of status, and the elaborate containers used to carry them could be works of art in themselves, crafted from precious metals or intricately woven textiles. As we move closer to the time when the Inca Empire would emerge and consolidate control over these Andean regions, we see that coca had already accumulated thousands of years of cultural weight. This wasn't a substance that the Incas discovered or popularized. They inherited a tradition older than their civilization by millennia. When the Incas rose to power in the 15th century, they were building on a foundation of coca reverence that stretched back to the very origins of Andean civilization. What they would do, as we'll explore in our next chapter, was systematize and politicize coca in ways that previous cultures hadn't. They would turn it into a tool of state control, a reward for labor, and a cornerstone of imperial administration. But all of that was possible only because coca already had such deep roots in Andean consciousness. The Incas didn't create the cult of coca. They inherited it and then exploited it to build one of the most impressive empires the Americas had ever seen. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. For now, what we need to understand is this. For 8,000 years, give or take a few centuries, the coca leaf existed in a particular context. It was sacred, useful, respected, and regulated by cultural norms. It helped people survive in an impossible environment, connected them to their gods, and structured their social interactions. There was no cocaine as a concept. There was simply coca, a plant ally that had co-evolved with Andean civilization from the very beginning. The leaf was so fundamental to highland life that imagining Andean culture without it is like imagining Mediterranean culture without wine or East Asian culture without rice. It was that deeply embedded, that essential to the fabric of daily existence. The people who chewed these leaves weren't drug addicts in any modern sense. They were farmers, traders, priests, mothers, warriors, and artisans going about their lives with the help of a plant that made existence in the high Andes possible. They didn't have access to ibuprofen for headaches, caffeine pills for energy, or oxygen canisters for altitude sickness. What they had was coca, and it worked. It worked so well that they built their entire spiritual and practical relationship with the plant around gratitude and reverence, rather than exploitation. They used it daily but didn't abuse it. They consumed it constantly but didn't destroy themselves with it. They integrated it so thoroughly into their culture that separating coca from Andean identity was essentially impossible. This is the baseline, the starting point from which everything else flows. When you understand how deeply rooted coca was in Andean life, how many thousands of years of tradition surrounded it, and how carefully regulated its use was within indigenous contexts, then you can begin to appreciate the tragedy of what came next. Because what happened to the coca leaf, its transformation from sacred plant to chemical weapon, is one of the great stories of cultural collision, scientific hubris, and unintended consequences in human history. The leaf that had sustained civilizations for millennia would be stripped of its context, reduced to its most potent chemical component, and unleashed on a world that had no cultural framework for understanding or controlling it. But we're getting ahead of ourselves again. For now, just hold on to this image. The misty slopes of the Andes, ancient farmers tending their coca terraces, the gentle rustle of leaves being harvested by hands that had performed this task for generations beyond counting. The spiritual significance woven into every aspect of cultivation and consumption. The respect, the ritual, the understanding that this plant was a partner in survival, not a commodity to be exploited. That world existed for thousands of years, and in some remote Andean communities, echoes of it exist still. The plant hasn't changed. It's still the same hardy shrub producing leaves with the same chemical composition it's had for millennia. What changed was everything around it, the people who used it, the context in which it was consumed, and the purposes to which it was put. As we close this chapter and prepare to move into the era of the Inca Empire, remember what we've established. Coca isn't new. Coca isn't inherently destructive. Coca isn't a Western invention or a modern problem. The coca leaf is one of the oldest continuously used psychoactive plants in human history, with a pedigree stretching back to when woolly mammoths still roamed and writing hadn't been invented yet. The problems associated with cocaine, addiction, violence, social decay, economic exploitation, those came later, the result of specific historical choices and cultural collisions. The leaf itself, in its original context, was medicine, food, prayer, and social glue all wrapped into one. Understanding this history is crucial because it reminds us that the catastrophe of cocaine wasn't inevitable. It was the result of choices made by specific people at specific times, and understanding those choices requires knowing what existed before them. So that's our foundation. 8,000 years of tradition, millions of people across countless generations, an entire civilization's relationship with a single plant, all of it predating the arrival of Europeans by millennia. The coca leaf had seen empires rise and fall, had watched civilizations flourish and decline, had been there through all of it, constant and sacred. What it hadn't seen yet was what would happen when people from the other side of the world showed up with their ships, their crosses, and their completely different relationship to the natural world. But that's a story for our next chapter, when the Inca Empire takes this ancient tradition and turns it into a tool of imperial control. The transformation was about to begin, though even the Incas couldn't have imagined where it would ultimately lead. For now, let's just sit with this. Somewhere in the Andes tonight, probably in some remote village where the old ways haven't entirely died, someone is carefully selecting coca leaves, adding a pinch of lime, and settling in for a ritual that connects them to ancestors 8,000 years removed. The same plant, the same mountains, the same gesture repeated across millennia. That's not addiction or abuse. That's tradition, survival, and a relationship with nature so old it predates history itself. Keep that image in mind as we move forward, because we're about to watch what happens when that ancient relationship gets complicated, commercialized, and ultimately catastrophically misunderstood. The sacred leaf was about to become something else entirely, but to understand what it became, we first had to understand what it was. And what it was, for 8,000 years, was simply this: a gift from the mountains, chewed by the people who lived among them, revered for what it provided and respected for what it demanded in return. No more, no less. Just a leaf, a tradition, and a very long history of humans and plants coexisting in one of the most challenging environments on Earth. The story of how that simple relationship turned into the global nightmare of cocaine is what we're here to explore. But every journey needs its beginning, and this is ours. 8,000 years of coca waiting for the changes that would transform everything. The stage is set, the players are about to arrive, and the sacred leaf of the Andes is about to become something its original cultivators could never have imagined, and probably would never have wanted. But hey, we'll get to all that drama soon enough. For now, just appreciate the remarkable fact that people figured out how to survive at 15,000 feet elevation using a bitter leaf, and they did it so long ago that we can't even properly comprehend the time span involved. 8,000 years of continuous use, unbroken tradition, and cultural significance, that's the foundation we're building on. Everything that comes next, every twist and turn in this story grows out of this ancient relationship between humans and a hardy little shrub on an Andean hillside. The cocaine crisis, the cartels, the epidemics, the billion-dollar illegal industry, all of it traces back to those misty mountain slopes and the people who first realized that chewing these particular leaves made the impossible possible. So there's your history lesson for tonight, at least this part of it. Tomorrow, well, not literally tomorrow, but you know what I mean, we'll watch the Incas take this tradition and weaponize it in the service of empire building. But that's a tale for another time. For now, just remember, before the powder, before the cartels, before the war on drugs, before all the modern chaos, there was just a leaf, some mountains, and 8 millennia of people trying to survive in a place that made survival a daily challenge. And somehow, against all odds, they managed it, with a little help from a plant that would one day cause so much trouble for so many people. But it wasn't the plant that caused the trouble, it was what people chose to do with it. And that, my friends, is a lesson that took us 8,000 years to learn, and that we're apparently still learning, one catastrophic mistake at a time. Alright, that's enough for this chapter. Take a breath, maybe stretch a bit, and get ready because we're about to dive into the Inca Empire next, where coca stops being just sacred and starts being seriously political. The story's only getting started, and trust me, it's going to get a whole lot more complicated before we're done. But for now, rest easy knowing that you've just learned about a tradition older than agriculture, older than writing, older than most of what we call history. The coca leaf has seen it all, and we're just getting started telling its story. Stay cozy, stay curious, and I'll catch you in the next chapter where we watch an empire rise on the back of a humble leaf. It's going to be quite a ride. So we've established that coca was ancient, sacred, and deeply woven into Andean life for roughly 8,000 years before anyone thought to turn it into a controlled substance. But here's where things get interesting from a political perspective, because the Inca Empire, those master administrators who built an empire stretching from modern-day Colombia to Chile without ever inventing the wheel or developing a written language, they looked at this sacred leaf and saw something beyond spirituality. They saw opportunity. They saw control. They saw, essentially, the world's first state-controlled stimulant distribution system, and they implemented it with a precision that would make modern bureaucrats weep with envy. Welcome to the Inca Empire, where coca went from being everyone's sacred plant ally to being the government's favorite productivity tool. The Inca Empire, or Tawantinsuyu as they called it, meaning the four parts together, emerged in the early 15th century and rapidly expanded to become the largest empire in pre-Columbian America. At its peak under rulers like Pachacuti and his successors, the empire controlled about 12 million people across wildly diverse geographical zones, from coastal deserts to tropical jungles to the highest mountain peaks. Managing such a vast territory without modern communication technology, without wheeled vehicles, without even a writing system in the traditional sense, required some creative solutions. And guess what became one of their most important administrative tools? You got it. The humble coca leaf that people had been chewing for millennia. The Incas didn't invent coca use, but they absolutely perfected coca exploitation, turning a spiritual practice into an economic and political instrument with remarkable efficiency. One of the first things the Incas did when they consolidated power was establish a state monopoly over coca production. This wasn't a casual policy decision, It was a fundamental restructuring of how coca fit into Andean society. Previously, coca had been cultivated in various regions by local communities for their own use and for trade. Under the Incas, coca cultivation became a state-controlled enterprise. The best coca-growing regions, particularly in the eastern slopes of the Andes where conditions were perfect for the plant, were designated as imperial property. The land belonged to the state, and the coca it produced belonged to the empire. Naturally, the people who actually did the farming didn't see much benefit from this arrangement, but that's imperial economics for you. Same story, different century, different continent. The Inca state distributed coca according to a carefully designed system. At the top of the hierarchy were the Sapa Inca himself and the royal family, who had unlimited access to the finest coca leaves. Next came the nobility, the administrative class, and the priests, all of whom received coca as part of their compensation and status markers. Below them were the military and the specialized workers who performed essential state functions. And at the bottom, the common farmers and laborers who had been chewing coca for 8,000 years suddenly found their access restricted and regulated by the state. It's a bit like if a government suddenly decided that coffee was too important to leave in private hands and nationalized all coffee production, then rationed it based on your usefulness to the regime. Not exactly a popular move with the general population, one imagines, though the Incas weren't particularly concerned with popularity polls. The concept of Mama Coca, the divine mother figure associated with the plant, was incorporated into state religion but given a new imperial spin. Coca wasn't just a gift from the gods anymore, it was a gift from the gods channeled through the benevolence of the Sapa Inca, who was himself considered divine. By controlling coca distribution, the Inca rulers positioned themselves as the intermediaries between the sacred plant and the people. Want coca? Show loyalty to the empire. Work hard for the state. Demonstrate your value to the imperial system. The spiritual significance of coca remained, but it was now mediated through state power. This was religious politics at its finest, using deeply held beliefs to reinforce political control. The Incas understood something that many rulers throughout history have grasped. Control the stuff people consider sacred, and you control a powerful lever of social influence. But the Incas weren't just using coca as an abstract symbol of power, they were using it as a very practical tool for workforce management. And this is where we get to one of the most fascinating aspects of Inca coca policy, its role in the mita labor system. The mita was a form of mandatory public service that every able-bodied male in the empire owed to the state. It wasn't slavery exactly, but it wasn't voluntary either, more like conscripted labor for imperial projects. Men would leave their communities for periods of time to work on state construction projects, mining operations, military campaigns, or agricultural production on state lands. The work was often brutal, performed at high altitudes under harsh conditions, and here's where coca became essential. The state distributed coca leaves to mita workers, not out of generosity, but because coca made the laborers more productive. Workers could labor longer hours with less food and less rest when they had access to coca. The leaf suppressed hunger, provided energy, and made the punishing work marginally more bearable. Think about the implications of this for a moment. The Inca state was essentially subsidizing labor through coca distribution. They could push workers harder, feed them less, and maintain productivity because the coca leaves picked up the slack. It's a fairly cynical use of what had been a sacred plant, reducing its role from spiritual ally to workplace performance enhancer. Modern parallels aren't hard to find. We've just upgraded from coca leaves to energy drinks and caffeine pills, but the principle remains the same. Stimulants make workers more exploitable. The Incas figured this out 500 years before the Industrial Revolution, which either makes them brilliant administrators or evidence that humans have always been creative about extracting maximum labor from other humans. Probably both, honestly. The Chasqui system provides perhaps the most dramatic example of Inca coca utilization. The Chasqui were the imperial messengers, the human equivalent of a high-speed communication network spanning thousands of miles. These runners operated in relay teams along the vast Inca road system, which stretched over 25,000 miles across some of the most challenging terrain on Earth. When a message needed to be sent, maybe orders from the capital in Cusco to a governor in Ecuador, a Chasqui would run his section of the route at full speed, then pass the message, usually encoded in a quipu, a system of knotted strings, to the next runner who would sprint his section and so on. Through this system, messages could travel over 150 miles per day, which is remarkable considering these were humans running at altitude through mountains. And what kept the Chasqui going? Coca, naturally. These runners chewed coca constantly during their duties, relying on the leaf to suppress fatigue, reduce hunger, and maintain their incredible pace across difficult terrain. The state ensured that chasqui stations were stocked with coca leaves, recognizing that the entire communication system depended on keeping these runners supplied. Without coca, the chasqui network would have been impossible to maintain at the speeds the empire required. The runners themselves were considered elite servants of the state, well treated compared to regular mitter workers, but their bodies paid a price for the constant physical demand. They were essentially high-performance athletes, except instead of modern sports nutrition, they had coca leaves. Not quite the same as Gatorade and protein bars, but remarkably effective for what the Incas needed. The military applications of coca were equally significant. Inca armies on campaign were supplied with coca as part of their provisions. Soldiers chewing coca could march longer distances, fight with more endurance, and require less food, all critical advantages in military operations. The coca didn't make them invincible, but it gave them an edge, and in warfare edges matter. When you're marching an army across the Andes to suppress a rebellion or expand imperial territory, having troops that can push through exhaustion could mean the difference between victory and defeat. The Inca military machine was partly fueled by coca, making the leaf not just a spiritual or economic resource, but a strategic military asset. Interestingly, the Incas also used coca in diplomatic contexts. When negotiating with other groups or cementing alliances, the offering of coca leaves was a significant gesture. It symbolized goodwill, shared tradition, and mutual respect. Accepting coca from the Inca state was, in a way, accepting Inca authority. The gift came with strings attached, as diplomatic gifts often do. The leaf served as both carrot and stick. Cooperation with the empire was rewarded with access to coca, while resistance might mean having your coca supply cut off. For communities that had relied on coca for thousands of years, this was powerful leverage. The Incas had weaponized a tradition, turning communal botanical heritage into a tool of imperial negotiation. The regulation of coca under Inca rule also extended to religious ceremonies. While coca remained central to spiritual practice, the state now controlled the flow of leaves for major ceremonies. Priests who conducted important rituals received their coca from imperial stores, making them dependent on state supply for performing their sacred duties. This created a religious hierarchy aligned with political power. If you wanted to conduct ceremonies properly, you needed coca, and coca came from the emperor. The separation of church and state wasn't really a concept here. Instead, the state absorbed religious authority, using control over sacred resources to reinforce its legitimacy. It's clever politics, really, if somewhat manipulative. Production quotas for coca were established in growing regions, with state administrators ensuring that yields met imperial demands. Specialized agricultural managers oversaw coca cultivation, reporting back to Cusco on production levels and quality. The best leaves were reserved for the elite, while lower grades went to workers and soldiers. There was an entire bureaucracy built around coca. Growers, harvesters, transporters, distributors, accountants tracking inventory. For a civilization without writing, they managed this system through quipus and oral tradition, maintaining remarkably detailed records of coca production and distribution across the empire. If you ever doubted that ancient civilizations could be as bureaucratically complex as modern ones, the Inca coca administration system should disabuse you of that notion. The social stratification reinforced by coca distribution had profound implications. In pre-Inca times, coca had been available to anyone who could grow it or trade for it. Under imperial rule, your coca access became a marker of your social position. The quality of leaves you received, the quantity you were allotted, even the containers you used to carry them, all of these signaled your place in the imperial hierarchy. Nobles had elaborate gold or silver coca containers, crafted by master artisans. Common workers had simple woven bags. The material culture around coca became a visible expression of the social order, with every aspect of coca consumption reflecting and reinforcing status differences. What had once been an egalitarian spiritual practice became stratified, commodified, and political. None of this is to say that the Inca approach to coca was entirely cynical. There was genuine religious significance maintained, and the belief in coca's sacred nature continued throughout the empire. Offerings were still made, rituals still performed, and the mama coca concept remained spiritually meaningful. But these beliefs were now filtered through imperial ideology, serving both spiritual and political purposes simultaneously. The Incas were sophisticated enough to understand that they couldn't simply strip away thousands of years of meaning. That would create resistance. Instead, they incorporated traditional beliefs into their state framework, giving old traditions new imperial contexts. It's a pattern seen throughout history. Conquerors who understand that cultural absorption works better than cultural destruction. By the time the Spanish arrived in the early 16th century, coca had been thoroughly integrated into every aspect of Inca imperial life. The state couldn't function without it. The labor system depended on it. The military relied on it. Communication networks required it, and political legitimacy was tied to it. What had been a gift from nature was now a controlled substance in the literal sense. Controlled, distributed, and regulated by state authority. The Incas had transformed coca from sacred ally to imperial tool, from spiritual practice to productivity enhancer, from communal heritage to political leverage. They had mastered the art of using a culturally significant plant to maintain power over millions of people across thousands of miles. And then the Spanish showed up and everything changed again. But that's the next part of our story. For now, understand that the Inca period represents a crucial transition in coca's history. The leaf had gone from being everyone's sacred plant to being the state's controlled asset. The Incas had bureaucratized the sacred, turning 8,000 years of tradition into an administrative system. They had shown that coca could be used not just for survival or spirituality, but for power, a lesson that would not be lost on those who came after them. The empire they built was remarkable, and coca was one of its foundations. When that empire crumbled under Spanish conquest, the coca system would be inherited by new masters who would exploit it even more ruthlessly, stripping away the last vestiges of sacredness in pursuit of pure profit. But we'll get to that shortly. For the moment, let's just appreciate the irony. The Incas built one of history's most impressive empires partly on the back of a leaf that would later be associated with empire's destruction. The same plant that helped maintain Inca order would, in its refined form centuries later, fuel chaos and violence on a global scale. But the Incas couldn't have known that. They were just working with what they had, using coca as a tool to manage their vast domain. They did it effectively, brilliantly even, but in doing so they set precedents for coca's commodification that would have consequences far beyond anything they could have imagined. When the Spanish conquistadors first encountered coca in the early 16th century, they had absolutely no idea what to make of it. These were men who had sailed across an ocean in search of gold, glory, and converts for Christianity, and here they found indigenous people constantly chewing leaves and occasionally offering these same leaves to carved statues and mountain spirits. For the deeply Catholic Spanish, this was concerning. Actually, concerning might be an understatement. They were horrified. Here was clear evidence of idol worship, of pagan practices, of exactly the kind of devil worship they'd been warned about. The coca leaf wasn't just some harmless plant to these early conquistadors. It was a tool of Satan, a substance that kept the indigenous population trapped in their heathen ways. Naturally, they decided it had to go. The first decades of Spanish colonial rule in Peru saw various attempts to ban or restrict coca use. Church authorities were particularly adamant. The First Council of Lima in 1551 declared coca to be a plant that the devil invented for the total destruction of the natives. That's quite a condemnation for a shrub. Priests preached against coca use, associating it with the indigenous spiritual practices that the Spanish were trying to eradicate. Colonial administrators followed suit, issuing proclamations against coca cultivation and consumption. The logic was straightforward. Eliminate coca, eliminate the rituals associated with it, and you eliminate the religious practices that competed with Christianity. Replace the devils with Jesus, the coca rituals with Catholic Mass, and voila, successful conversion. Simple, right? Except it wasn't simple at all. The Spanish quickly discovered something the Incas had known for generations. Coca was essential to the Andean economy. You couldn't just ban it without consequences. The indigenous population, forced into labor systems even more brutal than the Inca Mita, relied on coca to survive their working conditions. And here's where Spanish moral outrage ran headfirst into Spanish economic interests, and spoiler alert, economics won. Every time economics won, the turning point came with the silver mines, particularly the infamous mines of Potosi in what is now Bolivia. Discovered in 1545, Potosi would become the largest silver deposit ever found, producing wealth that would fund the Spanish Empire for generations. The mountain, Cerro Rico, was so packed with silver that it seemed almost miraculous, a gift from God to the Spanish crown if you subscribe to that particular interpretation. There was just one problem. Someone had to actually dig the silver out, and that someone was going to be the indigenous population, whether they wanted to or not. The meter system, the Spanish adopted the Inca term and concept but stripped away any reciprocal obligations, forced indigenous men to work in the mines for periods of 4 months at a time. The conditions were, to put it mildly, horrific. Workers descended into the mountain through narrow tunnels, breathing toxic dust, carrying heavy loads of ore up steep ladders, working shifts that could last 36 hours straight. The temperature swings were extreme, freezing at the high altitude outside, sweltering in the depths of the mine. Cave-ins were common, as was mercury poisoning from the amalgamation process used to extract silver. Conservative estimates suggest that over the colonial period, 8 million indigenous and African workers died in the Potosi mines. 8 million people. The mountain was eating humans and spitting out silver, and the Spanish couldn't have cared less as long as the silver kept flowing. And here's where coca enters the economic equation. Mine owners and Spanish administrators discovered something important. Workers who chewed coca could work longer hours, required less food, and survived the brutal conditions marginally better than those without access to the leaf. Suddenly that devil's plant didn't look so devilish after all, at least not from a profit perspective. The church might condemn coca in principle, but colonial administrators were far more interested in practical results. If coca made workers more productive in the mines, then coca became a necessary evil. And if coca became necessary, then maybe, just maybe, it wasn't really evil at all. Moral flexibility, it turns out, is closely correlated with economic incentive. The turnaround in official Spanish attitudes toward coca was remarkably swift once the economic calculations became clear. By the 1570s, the same colonial government that had tried to ban coca was now actively facilitating its production and distribution. Viceroy Francisco de Toledo, who reorganized much of the colonial administration in Peru, established a system where coca was taxed and traded as a legitimate commodity. The church followed suit, performing its own moral gymnastics to justify the reversal. Perhaps coca wasn't inherently evil, some clergy argued. It was only evil when used for pagan rituals. When chewed simply to sustain workers doing God's work, extracting silver for Christian Spain naturally, it was acceptable, maybe even beneficial. The theological reasoning was questionable, but the economic reasoning was sound, and that's what mattered. By the late 16th century, coca had become one of the most valuable commodities in the colonial economy, second perhaps only to silver itself. Large-scale coca plantations, called cocales, were established in the Yungas region and other suitable growing areas. Spanish landowners, along with the church itself, became major coca producers. That's right. The same church that had declared coca a tool of Satan was now profiting from its cultivation. If that seems hypocritical, well, welcome to colonial economics, where moral principles bend remarkably easily when money's involved. The scale of coca production for the mining industry was staggering. Historian estimates suggest that by the early 17th century, between 100,000 to 150,000 baskets of coca leaves were being consumed annually by mine workers in Potosi alone. Each basket contained thousands of leaves, representing enormous agricultural output dedicated solely to keeping miners functional. The coca leaf had been fully transformed from sacred plant to industrial input, valued not for its spiritual significance, but for its ability to squeeze more labor out of exhausted human bodies. The indigenous workers still chewed coca, but the context had completely changed. Where once coca connected them to their gods and ancestors, now it simply kept them alive enough to work another shift in the death trap of Potosi. The coca trade routes that developed during this period were impressive in their organization. Leaves were harvested in the tropical valleys, dried and packaged, then transported by llama caravans up into the highlands where the mines operated. An entire infrastructure emerged around coca commerce. Traders, transporters, wholesalers, retailers, tax collectors, quality inspectors. Markets in Potosi and other mining towns had whole sections dedicated to coca sales. The leaf had become a commodity like any other, bought and sold with the same attention to price and quality that Europeans gave to spices or textiles. The Spanish had successfully monetized what had been a sacred tradition, stripping away the spiritual context and leaving pure commercial value. What's particularly striking about this transformation is how quickly the indigenous relationship to coca changed under colonial pressure. For 8,000 years, coca had been revered, ritualized, and respected. Within a generation of Spanish conquest, it had become a survival necessity in the most literal sense, something you chewed not because it connected you to the divine, but because without it, you couldn't survive the mine. The sacred had become the merely functional, the ritual had become the mechanical. Indigenous miners still made offerings with coca, still maintained some traditional practices, but these existed alongside a new reality where coca was primarily about enduring exploitation. The leaf that had helped their ancestors survive the harsh highlands now helped them survive the cruelty of colonial labour systems. Same plant, very different context. The Spanish themselves, interestingly enough, largely avoided coca consumption. Despite profiting enormously from the trade, colonial elites viewed coca chewing as a native practice beneath their dignity. There were exceptions, of course. Some Spanish traders and rural settlers adopted the habit, but by and large coca remained associated with indigenous labour. This created a curious dynamic where a substance was considered valuable enough to build an economy around, but not respectable enough for the colonizers themselves to use. It's a pattern that would repeat itself throughout coca's history. Those who profit from its trade are often separate from those who consume it. The ecological and social impacts of expanded coca cultivation were significant. Traditional small-scale coca growing had been integrated into diverse agricultural systems, balanced with other crops and managed sustainably over generations. Colonial demand pushed for monoculture, maximizing coca output at the expense of other food production. This disrupted traditional food security and created dependencies on the colonial market system. Indigenous communities that had been self-sufficient found themselves growing coca for sale to buy food they used to grow themselves. The commercialization of coca thus contributed to broader patterns of colonial economic disruption, transforming subsistence economies into market-dependent ones. The taxation of coca became a major revenue source for the colonial government. Duties were levied at multiple points: on production, on transport, on sale. The church collected its tithes on coca production just as it did on other agricultural products. This meant that every basket of coca leaves carried the accumulated burden of colonial extraction: the labour to grow it, the taxes on it, the profits taken by Spanish landowners, and then the final sale to miners who used it to survive exploitation that funded the whole system. It was a neat circular economy of exploitation, with coca at its centre. Mining towns became dependent on regular coca supplies. When shipments were delayed or harvests were poor, productivity in the mines dropped noticeably, and colonial administrators would scramble to ensure supplies. The economic system had become so dependent on coca that interruptions in its flow had immediate consequences. This dependency gave some leverage to coca-growing regions, making them economically essential to the colonial enterprise. It's a fascinating dynamic. The Spanish needed the indigenous plant to exploit indigenous labour to extract indigenous silver. The colonizers were, in a sense, dependent on indigenous knowledge and traditions even as they sought to destroy indigenous culture. By the 17th century, coca was thoroughly embedded in the colonial economy of Peru and Bolivia. The debates about its morality had been settled by its profitability. Church officials might still occasionally grumble about coca's pagan associations, but these concerns were background noise against the louder sound of silver coins clinking. The transformation was complete. A plant that had been sacred for millennia was now a line item in colonial accounting books, its value measured in increased mining output and tax revenue rather than spiritual significance. The human cost of this transformation was enormous and largely unrecorded. The millions who died in the mines weren't keeping journals about their experiences. We know the broad statistics, the death tolls, the production figures, but the individual suffering of workers sustained only by coca leaves as they descended into the deadly mountain, that's largely lost to history. What remains is the bitter irony that coca, which had evolved alongside Andean people as a tool for survival and spiritual connection, became complicit in their exploitation and death under colonial rule. The leaf didn't change, the system using it did. As we close this chapter, consider what had happened to coca over just a few generations of Spanish rule. It went from being declared satanic to being economically essential, from banned substance to taxed commodity, from sacred offering to industrial input. The Spanish didn't understand coca, they understood profit, and coca could generate profit, so they adapted. Their moral objections evaporated when faced with the practical reality that coca made their exploitative system work better. This moral flexibility, this willingness to reframe a substance based on its economic utility, would characterize coca's entire future history. The pattern established in colonial Peru, where coca was condemned in principle but utilized in practice, would repeat itself globally for centuries to come. The coca leaf that entered the 17th century was the same plant that had been chewed for 8,000 years, but its meaning had been transformed beyond recognition. It was no longer a gift from Mama Coca or a connection to ancestors. It was a commodity, a labour enhancer, a tax source, and an essential component of one of history's most brutal extractive enterprises. The indigenous people still chewing it might maintain private rituals and beliefs, but the public face of coca was now thoroughly commercialized and colonial. The sacred had been sacrificed to the profitable, and coca had become complicit in the very system that oppressed its original cultivators. And yet, remarkably, this wasn't the end of coca's transformations. What the Spanish did to coca, commercializing it, stripping its context, valuing it for utility over meaning, was just a preview of what was to come. Because in a few centuries, European scientists would take this leaf and do something even more radical. They would isolate its most potent compound, concentrate it beyond anything nature intended, and unleash it on a world completely unprepared for the consequences. The Spanish exploitation of coca was brutal, but it still involved the whole leaf, the traditional method of consumption, and at least some connection to its indigenous origins. What came next would sever those last connections entirely, taking coca's power and removing all context, all tradition, all understanding. But we'll get to that in due time. For now, just appreciate the trajectory we've traced, from sacred leaf of the Andes to Inca tool of imperial control to Spanish commodity fueling colonial exploitation. 8,000 years of tradition reshaped by empire and conquest. A story of how cultural meaning can be stripped away and replaced with economic value. The coca leaf that emerges from the colonial period is fundamentally different in social meaning than the one that entered it, even though the chemistry remains unchanged. It's the same plant, the same chemical compounds, the same effects on the human body, but the human system surrounding it had transformed it into something entirely new. The indigenous communities who survived the colonial period maintained their connection to coca as best they could, preserving traditional knowledge and spiritual significance, even as they participated in the colonial economy. That persistence is remarkable and speaks to the depth of coca's roots in Andean culture. Even colonization couldn't completely sever those bonds. But the damage was done. Coca had been demonstrated to be exploitable, profitable, and remarkably effective at extracting labor from exhausted bodies. These lessons wouldn't be forgotten, and they would echo forward through history in ways the Spanish conquistadors never imagined. So there's your colonial chapter, a morality tale about how quickly principle yields to profit, how sacred can become secular, and how traditional relationships with plants can be corrupted by colonial economics. The coca leaf survived the Spanish conquest, but it emerged transformed, commercialized, and set on a path that would eventually lead to very dark places indeed. But that's a story for upcoming chapters. For now, rest with the knowledge that the pattern was set. Coca's value lay in its utility, and those who controlled it wielded tremendous power. That pattern would persist, intensify, and eventually explode across the globe when science finally figured out how to concentrate coca's power into a single devastating compound. Stay cozy, stay curious, and I'll see you in the next chapter where we enter the age of scientific discovery, and everything gets significantly more complicated. So we've watched coca transform from sacred Andean leaf to Inca power tool to Spanish colonial commodity, and you might think that's quite enough transformation for one plant. But here's the thing about history, it loves escalation. What happened next in the story of coca makes everything before it look like mere prologue. Because in the 19th century, European scientists got their hands on coca leaves and thought to themselves, you know what would be great? If we took this plant that's been used safely for 8,000 years and figured out how to extract its most potent component, concentrate it beyond anything nature intended, and then see what happens. What could possibly go wrong? Spoiler alert, quite a lot actually. Welcome to the age of scientific hubris, where the birth of cocaine as a chemical compound would change the world in ways nobody saw coming. The 19th century was an extraordinary time for chemistry. European scientists were in the grip of what we might call alkaloid fever. Alkaloids, nitrogen-containing compounds produced by plants, were being isolated left and right, and each new discovery brought excitement and acclaim. Morphine had been isolated from opium in 1804, caffeine from coffee in 1819, nicotine from tobacco in 1828, quinine from cinchona bark in 1820. Scientists were systematically extracting the active ingredients from plants that humans had used for millennia, identifying the specific chemicals responsible for their effects. This was groundbreaking work, genuinely revolutionary for medicine and pharmacology. But it was also a bit like giving a toddler a chemistry set. Impressive capability, questionable judgment about how to use it. The coca leaf was a natural target for this alkaloid hunting enthusiasm. Europeans had been aware of coca since the conquest of Peru, and various explorers and naturalists had brought back reports of its remarkable properties. Here was a plant that suppressed hunger, eliminated fatigue, and gave people supernatural endurance. Obviously, European chemists wanted to know what made it work. What was the secret ingredient? If they could isolate it, perhaps they could harness these effects in a more civilized manner than chewing leaves like indigenous peasants. The colonial mindset ran deep. Even in scientific inquiry, the goal was to extract, refine, and improve upon what primitive peoples had discovered. Never mind that those primitive peoples had been using coca successfully and sustainably for 8 millennia. European science knew better, or so it believed. The first serious attempts to isolate coca's active compound came in the 1850s. A German chemist named Friedrich Gaedeke extracted a substance he called erythroxyline from coca leaves in 1855. It was a promising start, but his process was imperfect and the yield was too low to be practical. The chemical he extracted wasn't pure enough for serious study or medical application. But the race was on. Other chemists across Europe were working on the problem, each hoping to be the one to crack the coca code and earn scientific immortality. Academic competition in the 19th century was just as intense as it is today, except with more impressive beards and fewer ethics committees. The breakthrough came in 1860 at the University of Göttingen in Germany. A young doctoral student named Albert Niemann was working under the supervision of Friedrich Wöhler, one of the most prominent chemists of the era. Niemann had obtained a supply of coca leaves. Not an easy task, as the plants didn't grow in Europe, and transporting leaves from South America meant they often degraded during the journey. Fresh leaves were essential for good extraction, and getting them required expensive and complicated importation. Niemann had managed to secure a good supply, and he set to work in his laboratory, determined to succeed where others had come close but fallen short. Using a series of chemical extractions involving alcohol, acids, and bases, Niemann managed to isolate a white crystalline substance from the coca leaves. He was careful, methodical, and precise, all the hallmarks of good chemistry. The substance he extracted was pure, stable, and concentrated. When he tasted it, and yes, 19th century chemists routinely tasted their discoveries, because safety protocols were more like safety suggestions, he noticed that it numbed his tongue. This was significant. He named his discovery cocaine, derived from coca with the standard chemical suffix -in. In his doctoral dissertation, published in 1860, he described the substance and its properties in detail. He noted its bitter taste, its numbing effect, and its crystalline structure. What he couldn't have known was that he had just isolated one of the most consequential chemical compounds in modern history. Niemann's isolation of cocaine was a scientific achievement. There's no question about that. He had successfully extracted and purified the primary alkaloid responsible for coca's effects, working out the chemistry that others had struggled with. His doctoral dissertation was well received and he earned his degree. Tragically, Niemann died just a year later in 1861 from a respiratory illness, never seeing what his discovery would become. He was only 26 years old. One wonders what he would have thought if he could have seen the future, the epidemics, the cartels, the destruction that would eventually flow from that white crystalline powder he'd isolated in his university laboratory. Probably not what he imagined when he was carefully working out the chemical formula. After Niemann's death, other scientists continued working on cocaine. Wilhelm Lossen determined its molecular formula in 1865. Richard Willstetter finally worked out its complete molecular structure in 1898, earning a Nobel Prize partly for this work. But the crucial moment had been Niemann's isolation. He had taken a plant containing roughly 0.5 to 1% cocaine alkaloid by weight, mixed in with hundreds of other compounds that buffered and moderated its effects, and concentrated it into pure, unadulterated form. It's a bit like the difference between chewing coffee beans for a mild pick-me-up versus injecting pure caffeine directly into your bloodstream. The fundamental substance might be the same, but the effects are wildly different. This transformation from whole plant to isolated compound is central to understanding everything that came next. When Andean peoples chewed coca leaves, they absorbed cocaine slowly through the mucous membranes of their mouth, buffered by the plant's other alkaloids and compounds. The effect was mild and gradual, building up over time and lasting for hours. It was sustainable, controllable, and had been integrated into a cultural framework that regulated its use. Isolated cocaine was none of these things. It was pure potency without context, pharmacological power stripped of cultural constraint. It could be administered in doses many times more concentrated than anything achievable through chewing leaves, and it could be absorbed much more rapidly depending on the method of administration. The genie was out of the bottle, and it was a very energetic genie. The initial response to cocaine's isolation was primarily academic curiosity. Scientists published papers about its properties, discussed its potential applications, and conducted experiments. The medical community was particularly interested. Here was a substance that numbed tissue, stimulated the nervous system, and seemed to have remarkable effects on mood and energy. In an era when anesthesia was still primitive and many medical treatments were based more on hope than evidence, cocaine looked promising. Doctors began experimenting with it, though initially on a small scale. The pharmaceutical industry, which was rapidly expanding in the latter half of the 19th century, took notice. If cocaine could be manufactured and standardized, it might have tremendous commercial potential. The timing of cocaine's isolation was particularly significant. The 1860s through the turn of the century was the golden age of patent medicines and pharmacological experimentation. This was an era when you could buy opium over the counter, when heroin was marketed as a cough suppressant for children, and when the main criterion for a medicine was whether it made you feel better, not whether it was actually good for you. Regulation was minimal, scientific understanding of addiction was essentially non-existent, and pharmaceutical companies operated with almost complete freedom. Into this environment dropped pure cocaine, and the results were predictable in hindsight, though few saw them coming at the time. What makes Niemann's discovery particularly poignant is the complete disconnection between the laboratory process and the cultural context of coca. In his dissertation, Niemann focused entirely on the chemistry, the extraction process, the properties of the compound, the crystalline structure. There's no reflection on the 8,000 years of indigenous use, no consideration of why Andean peoples had consumed coca in leaf form rather than isolating its active ingredient. No thought to the social and spiritual frameworks that had governed coca use for millennia. This wasn't unusual for the time. European scientists of the era generally didn't concern themselves with indigenous knowledge systems, viewing them as primitive precursors to real science. The cultural wisdom accumulated over thousands of years of coca use, the understanding that context matters, that moderation is important, that powerful substances require careful handling, all of this was irrelevant to the chemical equation. Science had extracted the molecule and discarded the meaning. The decades following Niemann's isolation saw coca and cocaine gradually entering European and American consciousness. Samples of the pure alkaloid circulated among researchers, physicians, and the curious wealthy. Coca leaves, too, became more available as shipping improved and interest grew. The stage was being set for cocaine's grand entrance into Western society, though that explosion of popularity wouldn't come until the 1880s and beyond. In those intermediary years, cocaine was still mostly a laboratory curiosity, a chemical compound of interest to specialists rather than a household name. But the groundwork was being laid. Pharmaceutical companies were beginning to manufacture cocaine in commercial quantities. Researchers were exploring its potential applications. The word was spreading through medical journals and scientific conferences. Something significant had been discovered, and people were eager to explore its possibilities. Interestingly, the coca plant itself also became fashionable during this period, separate from the pure cocaine alkaloid. Coca leaves and coca-based products started appearing in Europe and America, marketed as health tonics and stimulants. This was somewhat ironic. While scientists were busy isolating the active ingredient, entrepreneurs were selling products based on the whole leaf, unknowingly closer to the traditional Andean use. Coca wines, coca tonics, and coca preparations proliferated. The most famous of these early products was Vin Mariani, a Bordeaux wine infused with coca leaves, which we'll discuss in detail in the next chapter. But for now, note that the leaf and the alkaloid were taking parallel paths into Western culture, one based on traditional consumption methods, the other on cutting-edge chemistry. The industrial implications of Niemann's discovery were substantial. Once cocaine could be isolated and purified, it could be manufactured at scale. Pharmaceutical companies in Germany, which was the global leader in chemical and pharmaceutical production at the time, began setting up cocaine production facilities. Merck, the German pharmaceutical giant, was among the first to produce cocaine commercially, starting in 1862. Production was initially limited by the availability of coca leaves, which still had to be imported from South America. But as demand grew and supply chains developed, output increased. By the 1880s, cocaine production would explode, but even in the 1860s and 1870s, the foundations were being laid for industrial-scale production of what had once been a sacred Andean plant. The transformation wrought by Niemann's isolation cannot be overstated. Consider what had happened. A plant used for 8,000 years in a specific cultural and geographical context had been reduced to a single chemical compound, stripped of all its contextual meaning. The sacred had become secular. The natural had become industrial. The communal had become commercial. The moderate had become potentially extreme. Every buffer that had existed around coca use, the slow absorption through leaf chewing, the cultural restrictions on consumption, the spiritual framework that gave meaning to use, the social norms that regulated access, all of these were removed when coca became cocaine. What remained was pure pharmacological power, available to anyone with the money to buy it and no instruction manual on how to handle it responsibly. The scientific achievement was real and significant. Understanding the molecular basis of natural compounds has led to countless medical advances. The isolation of cocaine specifically would contribute to the development of local anesthetics, revolutionizing surgery and dentistry. There's genuine good that came from this knowledge. But the story of cocaine is also a cautionary tale about the limits of reductionist thinking, about what happens when you extract a powerful substance from its natural and cultural context without understanding all the factors that made its use sustainable. The Andean peoples hadn't been primitive or ignorant. They had been sophisticated in their understanding that coca was powerful and needed to be handled with respect and within frameworks of meaning. European scientists, for all their chemical expertise, didn't understand this, and the consequences would be devastating. As we close this chapter on the birth of cocaine as a chemical compound, let's pause to appreciate the pivot point we've reached. Behind us lies 8,000 years of coca use, sacred, traditional, integrated into Andean life and regulated by cultural wisdom. Ahead lies the modern era of cocaine, concentrated, commercialized, and catastrophically misunderstood. Niemann's laboratory work in 1860 stands as the dividing line between these two worlds. He couldn't have known what his discovery would become. He was a young scientist doing his job, following the research methods of his time, publishing his findings as academics do. The tragedy isn't that he isolated cocaine. That was inevitable given the scientific trajectory of the era. The tragedy is that the world wasn't ready for what cocaine would become, and there was no one to warn them. In the coming decades, cocaine would explode into Western consciousness, with a force that would reshape medicine, popular culture, and eventually criminal enterprise. It would be hailed as a wonder drug, championed by famous physicians, sold in patent medicines, and consumed by millions who had no idea what they were really taking. The euphoria would eventually give way to understanding, but not before enormous damage was done. And all of it traces back to that moment in a German laboratory when a young chemist isolated a white crystalline powder and thought he'd made a purely scientific discovery. If only he'd known. So there you have it. The birth of cocaine as a chemical entity, separate from the coca plant, separate from Andean tradition, ready to be exploited by a world that understood its chemistry but not its consequences. The sacred leaf had become a molecule in a vial, and the world would never be quite the same. Coming up next, we'll dive into what happened when this newly isolated compound hit the mainstream medical and commercial world. Spoiler, it's going to be wild and not in a good way. Stay cozy, stay curious, and I'll see you in the next chapter where cocaine goes from laboratory curiosity to Victorian sensation. The ride is just getting started. Now that cocaine had been successfully isolated and could be produced in laboratories, the stage was set for one of the most spectacular cases of collective enthusiasm over a substance that would eventually prove to be a terrible idea. The late 19th century, roughly from the 1870s through the early 1900s, represents what we might call the golden age of cocaine, a period when this newly discovered compound was celebrated as nothing short of miraculous. Doctors prescribed it. Scientists championed it. Celebrities endorsed it. Ordinary people consumed it in wines, sodas, and patent medicines. And through it all, almost nobody seemed to notice that maybe, just maybe, this wonder drug had some serious downsides. Welcome to the Victorian era's most enthusiastic pharmaceutical mistake, where cocaine went from laboratory curiosity to household staple faster than you can say, questionable medical advice. Let's start with Vin Mariani, because honestly, this product deserves its own chapter in the history of marketing genius combined with pharmacological naivety. In 1863, a Corsican chemist named Angelo Mariani had a brilliant idea. What if he combined two things that people already loved, wine and coca, into a single product? The result was Vin Mariani, a Bordeaux wine infused with coca leaves. The coca alkaloids dissolved into the alcohol, creating a beverage that was essentially cocaine-spiked wine, marketed as a health tonic. And here's the thing, it was absolutely spectacularly successful. Vin Mariani became one of the most popular beverages of the late 19th century, consumed by millions across Europe and America. Not exactly what your doctor would recommend today, but in the 1870s and 1880s, this stuff was considered practically medicinal. Mariani was a marketing genius decades ahead of his time. He understood that celebrity endorsements could sell products, so he systematically collected testimonials from famous people. And not just any famous people, we're talking about the elite of Victorian society. Pope Leo I was such a fan of Vin Mariani that he awarded Mariani a Vatican gold medal and allowed his image to be used in advertisements. Yes, you read that correctly. The Pope endorsed cocaine wine. The pontiff apparently carried a flask of Vin Mariani with him and praised its ability to support his health. Queen Victoria reportedly enjoyed it. Thomas Edison drank it. Émile Zola, Henrik Ibsen, Jules Verne, Alexandre Dumas. The list of famous endorsers reads like a who's who of 19th century cultural icons. Mariani compiled these testimonials into elaborate albums that he distributed to promote his product. It's like if today's celebrity Instagram endorsements were combined with papal blessing, all for a drink that was literally wine mixed with cocaine. Marketing really hasn't changed that much, has it? The success of Vin Mariani spawned countless imitators. Suddenly everyone wanted a piece of the coca wine market. Dozens of similar products emerged, each claiming to be more invigorating, more healthful, more miraculous than the last. Some contained actual coca leaves, others used the pure cocaine alkaloid. The alcohol in these wines actually enhanced cocaine's effects. The combination creates cocaethylene in the liver, which is more euphoric than cocaine alone, though also more toxic. But nobody knew that at the time. People just knew that drinking coca wine made them feel fantastic, energetic, optimistic, and ready to take on the world. That it was also making them mildly addicted to a stimulant dissolved in alcohol was not part of the marketing material. The pharmaceutical industry naturally saw tremendous opportunity in cocaine. German companies like Merck and Parke-Davis ramped up production. By the 1880s, cocaine was being manufactured on an industrial scale, shipped globally, and incorporated into an astonishing variety of products. You could buy cocaine tablets, cocaine solutions, cocaine ointments, cocaine throat lozenges, and cocaine toothache drops. Parke-Davis, one of America's largest pharmaceutical companies, sold cocaine in multiple forms including cigarettes, powder, and a mixture for injection, complete with a handy carrying case. Their advertisements claimed that cocaine could supply the place of food, make the coward brave, the silent eloquent, and render the sufferer insensitive to pain. That's quite a promise for a single substance. It's almost like they were writing advertising copy for a superhero serum rather than a stimulant drug. But people believed it, largely because people wanted to believe it. In an era before rigorous clinical trials and regulatory oversight, enthusiasm could masquerade as evidence. And then there was Coca-Cola. Oh yes, we need to talk about Coca-Cola, because this story wouldn't be complete without mentioning that one of the world's most recognizable brands started its life as a cocaine-laced beverage. In 1886, a pharmacist in Atlanta named John Pemberton created a concoction that combined coca leaf extract with cola nut, which contains caffeine. He called it Coca-Cola, and initially marketed it as a patent medicine and intellectual beverage. The drink contained a small amount of cocaine from the coca extract. Estimates vary, but it was probably around 9 milligrams per glass. Not a huge dose, but enough to add a certain zing to your refreshment. Pemberton, who was himself addicted to morphine and looking for an alternative, thought he'd created something that could help people with various ailments while also being delicious. In a way, he was right about the delicious part. The medicinal benefits were more questionable. Early Coca-Cola advertisements made health claims that would get any company sued into oblivion today. The drink was marketed as a cure for headaches, a relief for exhaustion, and a tonic for the nerves. Given that it contained both cocaine and caffeine, it probably did make you feel more alert temporarily, though the idea that this was somehow healthy is rather amusing in retrospect. The original formula remained in use until around 1903, when growing concerns about cocaine led the company to switch to using spent coca leaves that had been processed to remove the cocaine alkaloid. So technically, Coca-Cola still uses coca leaves today, just without the cocaine. They get their decocainized coca leaves from a special facility in New Jersey, making it one of the few legal importers of coca in the United States. History has a way of lingering in the strangest places. The patent medicine industry of the late 19th century was essentially the Wild West of pharmaceuticals, and cocaine fit right in. This was an era when you could sell pretty much anything as medicine, as long as you made sufficiently bold claims about its benefits. Regulations were minimal, ingredient disclosure was optional, and the concept of side effects wasn't really part of the conversation. Cocaine appeared in remedies for asthma, hay fever, toothaches, depression, fatigue, impotence, and just about anything else you might complain about. There were cocaine-based products for children, including toothache drops that parents would give to teething infants. The idea of giving cocaine to babies seems horrifying now, but at the time, if it stopped the crying, it was considered effective medicine. The bar for medical efficacy was set remarkably low. If the patient felt better immediately, the medicine worked. Long-term consequences were somebody else's problem. The medical establishment, far from condemning this casual cocaine consumption, was enthusiastically participating in it. Which brings us to one of the most fascinating figures in cocaine's Victorian heyday, Sigmund Freud. Yes, that's Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis, the man whose theories would reshape how we think about the human mind. Before he became famous for his ideas about the unconscious and dream interpretation, Freud was a young, ambitious physician looking to make his mark in the medical world, and he thought cocaine might be his ticket to fame. Spoiler, it wasn't the kind of fame he was hoping for. Freud first encountered cocaine in 1884 when he was 28 years old and working at Vienna General Hospital. He obtained a sample of cocaine from Merck and, as was standard practice at the time, experimented on himself first. He took some cocaine and was immediately impressed. He felt energetic, confident, euphoric. His depression lifted. His mind felt sharper. He became absolutely convinced that he had discovered a wonder drug that could revolutionize medicine. In his enthusiasm, Freud wrote to his fiancée Martha Bernays about his newfound discovery, describing how cocaine made him feel like a new man, vigorous and capable of anything. This was not the cautious, measured tone of a scientist carefully evaluating evidence. This was the excited rambling of someone who had just discovered stimulants and really, really liked them. Freud threw himself into cocaine research with an intensity that, in hindsight, looks a lot like the zeal of someone whose judgment is being affected by the very substance they're studying. In 1884, he published Über Coca, on coca, a comprehensive paper that enthusiastically promoted cocaine's benefits. He recommended it for treating depression, morphine addiction, digestive disorders, asthma, and various other conditions. He described cocaine as a magical drug and praised its effects on mood and energy. The paper was thorough, well-written, and almost entirely wrong in its assessment of cocaine's safety. Freud had made the classic mistake of confusing feeling good with being good for you. He had experienced cocaine's immediate effects and assumed they translated into medical benefit without significant risk. He was a smart man, but he was also a man of his time, operating without the tools and knowledge we have today about addiction and pharmacology. Freud also prescribed cocaine to his friend and colleague Ernst von Fleischl-Marxow, who was addicted to morphine following a painful injury. Freud thought cocaine could cure the morphine addiction, essentially replacing one drug with another. This did not go well. Fleischl-Marxow became severely addicted to cocaine, eventually taking enormous doses and experiencing what we now recognize as cocaine psychosis, including hallucinations of insects crawling under his skin, a phenomenon sometimes called cocaine bugs, or formication. His condition deteriorated rapidly, and he died in 1891, his final years marked by suffering that cocaine had only amplified. Freud never quite got over this. In later years, he backed away from his cocaine advocacy, though he reportedly continued using it himself periodically for decades. The incident with Fleischl-Marxow haunted him as evidence of his overenthusiasm and poor judgment. It should have been a warning sign for the broader medical community, but the cocaine train had too much momentum to be stopped by one tragic case. Here's the really frustrating part of Freud's cocaine story. He nearly made an actual breakthrough that would have cemented his medical legacy in a positive way. Freud had noticed cocaine's numbing properties and had casually mentioned to his colleague Carl Koller that it might be useful as a local anesthetic, particularly for eye surgery. But Freud didn't pursue this systematically. He was more interested in cocaine's psychological effects and its potential as a wonder cure. Koller, however, took the idea and ran with it. He conducted careful experiments, testing cocaine solution on animal eyes and then on human eyes, including his own. In 1884, he presented his findings at an ophthalmological conference, demonstrating that cocaine solution could numb the eye sufficiently for surgery. This was revolutionary. Before cocaine anesthesia, eye surgery was performed on patients who were either conscious and feeling everything, or under general anesthesia with all its risks. Local anesthesia changed everything. Collar's discovery quickly spread throughout the medical world. Within months, cocaine was being used as a local anesthetic in eye surgeries across Europe and America. Other surgeons recognized its potential and began using it for other procedures. Cocaine-based anesthesia spread to dentistry, where it transformed the patient experience. Getting a tooth pulled no longer meant enduring excruciating pain. Ear, nose, and throat procedures became more manageable. Minor surgeries that had previously required dangerous general anesthesia could now be performed with local numbing. This was a genuine medical advance, a real benefit that improved countless lives. Collar became famous as the father of local anesthesia, while Freud was left regretting that he hadn't pursued the idea more seriously. If Freud had focused on the anesthetic properties rather than the psychoactive effects, his cocaine legacy might have been celebrated rather than controversial. The irony is rich. Cocaine's one legitimate medical contribution, local anesthesia, was discovered almost by accident, while the uses that Freud and others championed, treating depression, curing addiction, enhancing performance, turned out to be terrible ideas. The substance that could genuinely help when used in controlled medical settings was instead being promoted as a cure-all that people should consume regularly. The medical establishment, in its enthusiasm for this wonder drug, had exactly backwards what cocaine could and couldn't do safely. Local anesthesia in surgery, administered by professionals in controlled doses for specific procedures. Beneficial, regular consumption to boost mood and energy. Recipe for addiction and disaster. But that distinction wasn't clear yet, and cocaine's reputation as a miracle substance continued to grow. The pharmaceutical industry's promotion of cocaine reached almost comical levels. Advertisements made claims so outrageous they read like parody today. One Park Davis ad suggested that cocaine could make you feel so good that you'd prefer it to any other pleasure. Another claimed it was entirely non-addictive and could be used freely without concern. Catalogues offered cocaine in every conceivable form. You could order a cocaine solution for injection complete with syringe, or cocaine cigarettes for a quick pick-me-up, or cocaine powder to snort. The variety of delivery methods available would be impressive if it weren't so alarming. Pharmaceutical companies were essentially running a drug distribution network with medical credibility, and doctors were the authorized dealers. Prescriptions weren't even always necessary. Many cocaine products could be purchased directly over the counter. The demographics of cocaine users in this period were quite different from what you might expect. This wasn't a drug associated with the underclass or criminal elements, not yet anyway. Cocaine was respectable, middle and upper class, consumed by professionals, artists, intellectuals, and society ladies. It was the drug of the ambitious and the cultured. Wealthy individuals kept cocaine in their medicine cabinets and offered it to guests like it was fine brandy. Authors and artists used it for inspiration and energy. Businessmen took it to work longer hours with more focus. The association between cocaine and success was explicit in the marketing and implicit in who was consuming it. This was not a vice of the poor, it was an enhancement for the already privileged. Women were particularly targeted by cocaine marketing. In an era when female hysteria was considered a legitimate medical diagnosis, and women's health concerns were often dismissed or medicalized inappropriately, cocaine was promoted as a solution for feminine troubles. Feeling tired? Cocaine would energize you. Feeling melancholy? Cocaine would lift your spirits. Suffering from nervousness? Cocaine would calm you down. That last one is particularly ironic given that cocaine is a stimulant and would likely make anxiety worse, not better. But the marketing didn't care about pharmacological accuracy. It cared about selling product, and women represented a large, largely untapped market of people who were told they needed medical help for just about everything. Patent medicines targeted at women often contained cocaine or opiates or both, creating dependencies that were then attributed to feminine weakness rather than to the drugs themselves. The scale of cocaine consumption during this period is hard to overstate. Production increased exponentially throughout the 1880s and 1890s. Merck's cocaine production grew from about half a kilogram in 1879 to over 1/500 kilograms by 1885. That's an increase of 3,000 times in just 6 years. And Merck wasn't the only producer. Companies across Germany, the United States, and other countries were manufacturing cocaine at similar scales. All of this product was being consumed, mostly legally and often with medical recommendation. The sheer volume of cocaine entering Western society during these decades was staggering, and the consequences were beginning to accumulate even if they weren't yet widely recognized. Meanwhile, in South America, the coca leaf was being transformed into an export commodity on an unprecedented scale. Peruvian and Bolivian coca production ramped up to meet European and American demand for raw material. The same plant that had sustained Andean communities for millennia was now being harvested in massive quantities for export, with most of the value captured by foreign pharmaceutical companies rather than local growers. It was colonial extraction in a new form. Take the indigenous plant, process it in European laboratories, sell it back to the world as a pharmaceutical product, and keep the profits. The patterns established by the Spanish in the colonial era were being repeated in modern form, with coca still at the centre and indigenous communities still at the bottom of the value chain. The scientific community, for all its enthusiasm about cocaine, was remarkably slow to recognise its addictive potential. This seems baffling in retrospect. How could educated physicians and chemists not notice that a powerful stimulant might cause dependency? Part of the answer lies in the conception of addiction at the time. Addiction was generally understood in relation to substances like opium and alcohol, which produce physical withdrawal symptoms. Cocaine addiction, which is more psychological than physical, didn't fit the existing model. When cocaine users developed cravings, experienced mood crashes, and needed increasing doses for the same effect, this wasn't immediately recognized as addiction. It was attributed to moral weakness, excessive indulgence, or underlying mental issues. The drug itself remained above suspicion for surprisingly long. The medical establishment had committed to cocaine as a wonder drug and was reluctant to reconsider that position. There were dissenting voices, of course. Some physicians began publishing case reports of patients who had developed problematic cocaine use patterns. They described tolerance, compulsive use, and negative health effects. These reports accumulated throughout the 1880s and 1890s, building a counter-narrative to the dominant enthusiasm, but they were initially dismissed as edge cases, exceptions rather than rules. The patients who developed problems were seen as having misused the drug or having pre-existing vulnerabilities. The drug itself was still considered safe when used properly, though what proper use meant was conveniently vague. It's a pattern that repeats throughout medical history. When a treatment is believed to be beneficial, evidence to the contrary is initially explained away rather than taken seriously. Freud's own shifting position on cocaine reflected this growing ambivalence. After the disaster with Fleischl-Marxow and mounting evidence of cocaine's problems, Freud became much more cautious in his public statements. He stopped actively promoting cocaine and focused his energies elsewhere, eventually developing the psychoanalytic theories that would make him famous. But he never completely repudiated his earlier work, and he reportedly continued using cocaine himself, particularly for his chronic nasal problems. His relationship with the drug was complicated. He had believed in it so strongly, promoted it so enthusiastically, that completely admitting he was wrong was psychologically difficult. His cocaine papers became an embarrassment he rarely discussed, a youthful mistake that he preferred to leave in the past. But the damage was done. His endorsement had lent scientific credibility to cocaine enthusiasm and contributed to its widespread adoption. By the 1890s, the consequences of this massive cocaine experiment were becoming impossible to ignore. Cases of cocaine addiction were increasingly common. Doctors were seeing patients with destroyed nasal passages from chronic snorting. Cocaine psychosis, once rare, was being documented with disturbing frequency. The initial euphoria that cocaine provided was giving way to crashes, paranoia, and compulsive use patterns. People who had started using cocaine for medical reasons found themselves unable to stop. The wonder drug was revealing its dark side, though the medical and pharmaceutical establishments were slow to fully acknowledge what was happening. The popular culture of the time reflected both the enthusiasm for cocaine and the growing unease about it. Literature featured cocaine-using characters, sometimes positively, sometimes as cautionary figures. Sherlock Holmes, Arthur Conan Doyle's famous detective, used cocaine, though Doyle depicted it as a problematic habit that Watson criticised. This literary representation captured the ambivalence of the era. Cocaine was sophisticated and associated with intellectual activity, but also recognised as potentially dangerous. The drug had become woven into the cultural fabric of the late Victorian period, simultaneously celebrated and worried about. The economic dimensions of the cocaine boom were substantial. Pharmaceutical companies had invested heavily in cocaine production infrastructure. Coca plantations in South America had expanded to meet demand. Distribution networks spanned continents. Marketing campaigns had established brand recognition for various cocaine products. There were powerful financial interests invested in cocaine's continued success, and these interests resisted efforts to restrict or regulate the drug. When reformers began calling for controls on cocaine, they faced pushback from the industry, which argued that cocaine was a valuable medicine being unfairly maligned. The debate between commerce and public health that would characterize drug policy for the next century was already taking shape. As the 19th century drew to a close, cocaine stood at an interesting inflection point. It remained popular, widely available, and medically respectable, but cracks were showing in its wonder drug facade. The initial euphoria about cocaine's potential was being tempered by evidence of its harms. Scientific understanding was slowly catching up to commercial enthusiasm. The stage was being set for a dramatic reversal in cocaine's status, from celebrated medicine to feared drug. But that reversal wouldn't happen overnight. It would take racial panic, moral crusades, and the progressive era's faith in government regulation to transform how Americans and Europeans thought about cocaine. Looking back at this golden age of cocaine with modern eyes, it's tempting to judge the Victorians as naive or foolish. How could they not see what seems so obvious to us? But that judgment misses the complexity of the situation. They lacked our scientific knowledge about addiction and neuropharmacology. They operated in a regulatory environment that prioritized commerce over safety. They had limited tools for understanding long-term health consequences, and they genuinely believed they had discovered something that could help humanity. The enthusiasm was misplaced, but it wasn't entirely irrational given the information available and the cultural context. The tragedy of the Victorian cocaine epidemic lies not in stupidity, but in the gap between intention and outcome, between the desire to help and the harm actually caused. As we close this chapter, consider what had transpired. A sacred Andean plant, used carefully for millennia, had been transformed first into a colonial commodity, then into a chemical compound, and finally into a mass-market consumer product. Each transformation stripped away more of the original context while concentrating the potency and broadening the exposure. The cocaine that Pope Leo III was drinking in his Vin Mariani was the same molecule that Andean miners chewed to survive Spanish exploitation, but the context was entirely different. What had been integrated into a comprehensive cultural system was now being consumed in isolation, without understanding or safeguards. The golden age of cocaine was really the golden age of overconfidence, a period when humanity believed it could improve upon nature without consequences. That belief would soon be tested, and the results would reshape drug policy for generations to come. Next up, we'll explore what happened when the party came to an end, when cocaine's dark side became undeniable, and a combination of medical evidence, racial politics, and moral panic transformed cocaine from wonder drug to public enemy number one. The fall was going to be as dramatic as the rise, and it would leave lasting scars on public health policy that we're still dealing with today. But that's a story for the next chapter. For now, rest with the knowledge that you've just learned about one of history's most spectacular cases of getting excited about something before fully understanding it. The Victorians meant well, mostly. They just had no idea what they were unleashing. And honestly, how could they? They were living in the future of their own understanding just as we're living in the future of ours. The question is, what are we enthusiastically embracing today that future generations will look back on and wonder what we were thinking? Something to ponder as you drift off. Stay cozy, stay curious, and I'll catch you in the next chapter when cocaine's reputation comes crashing down. So we've just spent an entire chapter marveling at the Victorian world's unbridled enthusiasm for cocaine, watching as everyone from the Pope to patent medicine salesman championed this white powder as humanity's ticket to health and happiness. And you might be wondering, when did the party stop? When did people finally notice that maybe, just maybe, freely distributing a highly addictive stimulant to the general population wasn't the best idea? Well, the answer is both gradual and sudden, complicated and depressingly predictable. The fall of cocaine from wonder drug to public enemy involved genuine medical discoveries, tragic personal stories, and, because this is America we're talking about, a healthy dose of racism and moral panic that had less to do with public health than with social control. Welcome to the dark chapter where cocaine's halo slips off and reveals some very ugly truths about both the substance and the society consuming it. Let's start with the medical side of things, because that's where the problems first became undeniable. Throughout the 1880s and 1890s, as cocaine use proliferated across Europe and America, doctors began seeing patients with disturbing symptoms. These weren't the energized, optimistic folks described in pharmaceutical advertisements. These were people with destroyed nasal passages, extreme weight loss, paranoid delusions, and compulsive behaviors that wouldn't stop no matter how much they wanted them to. Case reports started appearing in medical journals, each one describing similar patterns: initial enthusiasm for the drug, gradual increase in dosage, inability to function without it, and eventual physical and mental deterioration. The medical community was slow to connect the dots, but the evidence was accumulating in ways that became impossible to ignore. One of the most tragic and influential cases was that of Ernst von Fleischl-Marxow, whom we mentioned briefly in the last chapter. His story deserves fuller telling because it encapsulates everything that went wrong with Victorian cocaine enthusiasm. Fleischl-Marxow was a brilliant Austrian physiologist, a respected colleague of Sigmund Freud, and by all accounts a man with a promising future. In 1871 he had contracted a severe infection during an autopsy, an occupational hazard for medical researchers in an era before modern protective equipment. The infection required amputations of his thumb and other tissue, leaving him with chronic excruciating pain. To manage this pain, he was prescribed morphine, which was the standard treatment for severe chronic pain at the time. The morphine worked for the pain but created a new problem. Fleischl-Marxow became severely addicted. When Freud discovered cocaine and began enthusiastically promoting its benefits, one of his suggestions was that cocaine could cure morphine addiction. The logic seemed reasonable at the time: replace one substance with another, less harmful one, and the addiction problem would be solved. Freud recommended cocaine to Fleischl-Marxow as a way to wean him off morphine. Fleischl-Marxow, desperate to escape his morphine dependency, eagerly took up the suggestion. He began taking cocaine, initially with positive results. His morphine craving seemed to diminish, his mood improved, and Freud was delighted. Here was proof that his wonder drug could indeed cure addiction. If only things had stayed that way. What happened next was a slow-motion disaster that anyone with modern knowledge of stimulant pharmacology could have predicted. Fleischl-Marxow didn't just swap morphine for cocaine, he added cocaine to his repertoire. And as his tolerance to cocaine increased, he needed larger and larger doses to achieve the same effects. Within months, he was consuming massive amounts of cocaine, eventually taking it by injection for faster and more intense effects. His doses escalated to levels that would shock modern physicians. At his worst, he was reportedly taking about a gram of cocaine daily, an enormous amount that would be dangerous even for someone with high tolerance. The cocaine wasn't curing his morphine addiction. It was becoming a second, equally destructive addiction layered on top of the first. The physical and psychological deterioration was horrific. Fleischl-Marxow developed what we now recognize as classic signs of severe cocaine toxicity and addiction. He experienced extreme paranoia, convinced that people were plotting against him. He suffered hallucinations, including the infamous sensation of bugs crawling under his skin, a phenomenon so common among heavy cocaine users that it has its own medical name: formication. He would scratch and pick at his skin, trying to remove insects that weren't there, causing terrible self-inflicted wounds. His weight plummeted. His mental state became increasingly erratic. The brilliant scientist who had contributed valuable work to physiology was deteriorating before his colleagues' eyes, consumed by the very substance that was supposed to save him. Freud watched this unfolding tragedy with growing horror. He had recommended the cocaine, had enthusiastically promoted its use, and now his friend was dying partly because of that recommendation. In letters to his fiancée, Freud described visiting Fleischl-Marxow and finding him in terrible states, paranoid and suffering. The guilt weighed heavily on Freud, and it should have. He had been so certain, so enthusiastic, so convinced that he had found a miracle cure, and instead he had contributed to a tragedy. Fleischl-Marxow died in 1891 at just 45 years old. His death was attributed to his various health problems and the toll that years of morphine and cocaine use had taken on his body. He never escaped either addiction. The man who was supposed to prove cocaine's benefits instead became a cautionary tale about its dangers. The case of Fleischl-Marxow was not unique, just more visible because of his professional standing and his connection to Freud. Across Europe and America, similar stories were playing out in less prominent circles. Patients who had been prescribed cocaine for various ailments found themselves unable to stop using it. People who had started taking cocaine wines or tonics recreationally discovered that what seemed like a harmless pleasure had become a compulsion. The pattern was consistent. Initial positive effects, gradual tolerance requiring increased doses, inability to function normally without the drug, and eventual deterioration of health and mental state. These weren't isolated incidents or rare reactions. This was a predictable pharmacological response to a highly addictive stimulant. But recognizing that required the medical community to admit that their wonder drug had serious problems, and that admission came slowly and reluctantly. Medical journals of the 1890s show the gradual shift in professional opinion. Early in the decade, articles still praised cocaine's benefits while acknowledging occasional problems in susceptible individuals. By mid-decade, the tone was shifting toward caution, with more physicians recommending cocaine be used carefully and in limited circumstances. By the late 1890s and early 1900s, a significant portion of the medical literature was actively warning against cocaine's addictive potential. The transformation wasn't instant. Too many doctors had staked their reputations on cocaine's safety. Too many pharmaceutical companies had invested in its production. But it was happening. The evidence was simply too overwhelming to ignore. When you see enough patients with destroyed nasal septums, cocaine psychosis, and compulsive use patterns, you can't keep pretending the drug is entirely safe. But here's where the story takes an ugly turn, because while medical concerns about cocaine were legitimate and growing, they weren't the primary driver of cocaine's dramatic fall from grace in America. No, that dubious honor goes to racial panic and the weaponization of drug policy for social control. You see, as long as cocaine was primarily associated with middle and upper-class white users, the sophisticated professionals sipping coca wine at dinner parties, concern remained muted and medical in tone. But when cocaine use spread to working-class populations, and particularly to African Americans in the South, suddenly the narrative changed dramatically. Cocaine went from a medical problem to a social crisis, and the language used to describe it became explicitly racial and deeply inflammatory. In the early 1900s, newspapers across America, particularly in the South, began running stories about cocaine-crazed Negroes who had supposedly become violent, sexually aggressive, and impervious to pain after using cocaine. These stories were almost entirely fabricated or grossly exaggerated, but they spread rapidly through the press, fueling public hysteria. The myth of the cocaine Negro became a staple of yellow journalism, with newspapers competing to publish the most sensational stories. African American men under the influence of cocaine were portrayed as superhuman threats, able to withstand multiple gunshot wounds, possessing extraordinary strength, and driven to attack white women. This narrative played on the worst racist fears of the era, combining anxieties about racial violence, sexual threat, and loss of social control into a perfect storm of propaganda. The stories were remarkably consistent in their details, which should have been a red flag that they were more folklore than fact. Cocaine supposedly made black men bulletproof, or at least bullet-resistant. It gave them supernatural strength. It erased their fear of white authority. It triggered insatiable sexual aggression toward white women. Every element was designed to terrify white Americans and portray African Americans as dangerous animals who needed to be controlled. The fact that these claims had no basis in pharmacology, cocaine doesn't make anyone bulletproof or give them supernatural strength, mattered not at all. The stories served a purpose. They justified increased police violence against black communities and provided rationale for harsh drug laws that could be selectively enforced. One particularly influential story involved a police chief in a southern city who claimed that his officers had to switch to larger caliber weapons because cocaine made black men impervious to .32 caliber bullets. This claim was repeated in newspapers and eventually cited in congressional testimony supporting federal drug legislation. There's no evidence this claim was true, no documented cases of cocaine actually providing bulletproof qualities to anyone of any race, but it didn't matter. The story fit the narrative that white America wanted to believe, and it became part of the justification for federal drug control. Think about that for a moment. Completely fabricated claims about a drug's effects on a specific racial group were used to support national legislation. The intersection of racism and drug policy in America has very old and very ugly roots. The medical community, which should have known better, largely failed to counter these racist narratives. Some physicians actively contributed to them, publishing articles that linked cocaine use to criminal behavior in black populations without any rigorous methodology. Others stayed silent, not wanting to get involved in what was becoming a politically charged issue. A few brave voices pointed out that cocaine affected all races similarly, and that the racist claims had no scientific basis, but they were largely drowned out by the hysteria. The failure of medical professionals to stand firmly against racially biased pseudoscience allowed these myths to become entrenched in public consciousness and policy debate. The pharmaceutical industry also played a complicated role in cocaine's changing reputation. Initially, companies that had profited enormously from cocaine sales resisted any regulation, arguing that their products were safe when used as directed. But as public opinion shifted and the political winds changed, some companies began distancing themselves from cocaine. Coca-Cola famously removed cocaine from its formula around 1903, switching to decocainized coca leaves while keeping the caffeine in the name. Other companies reformulated their products or quietly discontinued cocaine-based medicines. The industry was reading the room and adapting, but their primary concern was profit and reputation, not public health. They weren't leading the charge for safer products. They were following market sentiment and trying to avoid regulatory backlash. The media's role in cocaine's fall from grace cannot be overstated. Newspapers in this era operated under few constraints and had discovered that sensational drug stories sold papers. Coverage of cocaine shifted from advertisements praising its benefits to lurid stories about its dangers, often in the same publications that had previously run those advertisements. Journalists wrote increasingly alarming articles about cocaine addiction, cocaine-fueled crime, and cocaine-related moral decay. The stories were often exaggerated, sometimes entirely invented, but they shaped public opinion powerfully. In an era before television or internet, newspapers were the primary source of information for most Americans, and what newspapers chose to emphasize became reality in public consciousness. The Progressive era's broader reform movements provided additional fuel for anti-cocaine sentiment. This was a period in American history when reformers were tackling all sorts of social ills: corruption, child labor, unsafe food and drugs, political machines. Drug regulation fit neatly into this reform agenda. If government could protect citizens from unsafe food through the Pure Food and Drug Act of 1906, couldn't it also protect them from dangerous drugs? The progressives who pushed for drug regulation had genuinely good intentions in many cases. They had seen the harm caused by unregulated patent medicines and wanted to protect public health. But their efforts were inevitably shaped by the racial and class anxieties of their time, and cocaine prohibition became entangled with racist enforcement from its inception. The Pure Food and Drug Act of 1906 was a landmark piece of legislation that required patent medicines to list their ingredients. This seems like common sense. People should know what they're consuming, but it had major implications for cocaine-containing products. Suddenly, manufacturers had to admit that their health tonics contained cocaine, opium, alcohol, or other substances. Consumers who had been unknowingly taking cocaine were now informed, and many were shocked. Products that had been marketed as harmless restoratives were revealed to contain potent drugs. This transparency led many consumers to stop using these products, not because the products had changed, but because people finally knew what they were taking. The law didn't ban cocaine, but it did puncture the illusion of safety that had surrounded it. State laws against cocaine proliferated in the late 1900s and early 1910s, often with explicitly racial motivations. Southern states led the way, passing laws that restricted cocaine sales and possession. The legislative debates surrounding these laws were frequently framed in racial terms, with lawmakers citing the cocaine Negro myth as justification. These laws were then enforced selectively, with black Americans facing harsher penalties than white users. The pattern of racialized drug enforcement that would characterize American drug policy for the next century was being established. Cocaine prohibition wasn't just about public health. It was about social control and racial hierarchy. The drug that had been respectable when used by white elites became dangerous when it crossed racial and class lines. The Harrison Narcotics Tax Act of 1914 marked the federal government's first major foray into drug regulation. Despite its name suggesting a tax, the act was effectively prohibitionist, requiring registration and taxation for anyone manufacturing or distributing opiates and cocaine. The act was framed as a regulatory measure, but its enforcement gradually tightened until it functionally prohibited cocaine outside of very limited medical contexts. The legislation's passage was supported by those racist myths about cocaine-fueled black violence that had circulated in the press. Congressional testimonies cited the fabricated stories as evidence of cocaine's danger. The racial panic that newspapers had stoked translated directly into federal law, with consequences that would last for generations. It's worth pausing here to consider the profound irony of cocaine's legal trajectory. A substance that had been isolated by European scientists, manufactured by European pharmaceutical companies, promoted by European physicians, and sold primarily to white middle and upper-class consumers, became associated with black criminality when it was time to prohibit it. The actual victims of cocaine's harm during its heyday were overwhelmingly white. The professionals who became addicted, the patients who developed dependencies, the users who damaged their health. But when it came time to construct a legal framework for prohibition, the focus shifted to imaginary black criminals. The real harm was ignored, replaced by fictional threats that served racial anxiety. Drug policy in America has always been more about who uses drugs than about the drugs themselves, and cocaine's history provides a textbook example. The medical profession's about-face on cocaine was remarkably complete. By the 1910s, doctors who had once prescribed cocaine freely now warned against it strongly. Medical textbooks that had praised cocaine's benefits were revised to emphasize its dangers. The same physicians who had recommended cocaine for everything from depression to hay fever now counseled that it should be used only in the most limited surgical contexts. Some of this shift reflected genuine learning. The evidence of cocaine's harm was undeniable by this point. But some of it was also professional self-protection, doctors distancing themselves from recommendations they had previously made. The wonder drug had become the dangerous narcotic, and everyone wanted to forget they had ever supported it. The fall of cocaine also reflected changing attitudes toward intoxication generally. The Victorian era had been relatively tolerant of intoxicating substances, viewing moderate use as acceptable and even healthful. But by the early 20th century, temperance movements were gaining strength, promoting abstinence as a moral virtue and intoxication as a moral failure. Alcohol prohibition was on the horizon. The 18th Amendment would be ratified in 1919, and anti-cocaine sentiment rode the same wave of anti-intoxication fervor. Getting high, whether on alcohol, opium, or cocaine, was increasingly seen as morally problematic, not just medically risky. This moral dimension added weight to anti-cocaine campaigns, framing users not just as sick, but as sinful. For the indigenous peoples of the Andes, all of this must have been bewildering to observe. They had been using coca leaves responsibly for 8,000 years, integrating the plant into their culture with appropriate respect and regulation. Europeans had arrived, taken their plant, stripped it of context, concentrated its power, promoted it irresponsibly, and then blamed the resulting problems on primitive substances. The cocaine crisis was entirely a creation of European and American hubris, yet it was being used to justify further colonization of indigenous knowledge and practices. The same colonial powers that had exploited coca for silver mines were now blaming the plant itself for problems caused by their own recklessness. It was colonialism wrapped in pharmacology, exploitation disguised as public health. By 1920, cocaine had completed its journey from wonder drug to feared narcotic. The substance that Pope Leo XIII had endorsed and Sigmund Freud had championed was now illegal to possess without a prescription in most jurisdictions. The patent medicines that had contained cocaine were either reformulated or banned. Pharmaceutical companies had stopped producing cocaine for general use. The coca wines that had been so popular had disappeared from respectable commerce. In less than 40 years, cocaine had gone from celebrated medical breakthrough to criminal substance, from health tonic to harbinger of social decay. The fall was as dramatic as the rise had been, and almost as misguided. Where Victorian enthusiasm had ignored cocaine's real dangers, progressive-era prohibition was driven as much by racism and moral panic as by public health concerns. Neither approach was particularly rational or evidence-based. The aftermath of cocaine prohibition would shape drug policy for the next century. The patterns established during this period, racial disparities in enforcement, moral framing of drug use, confusion between public health and criminal justice approaches, became entrenched in American drug policy. When other drugs came along, they were processed through the same framework. The cocaine Negro myth would have echoes in later panics about other drugs and other minority groups. The conflation of drug use with moral failure would persist. The selective enforcement based on race and class would continue. Cocaine's fall from grace wasn't just about one substance. It was about establishing templates for how America would think about and respond to drug use for generations to come. Looking back at this period with modern eyes, the tragedy is multi-layered. There's the genuine harm caused by unregulated cocaine use, the addiction, the health damage, the ruined lives. That harm was real and resulted from the reckless promotion of a powerful stimulant without understanding its risks. But there's also the tragedy of the racist response, which did nothing to address the real harms while creating new ones. African Americans didn't suffer disproportionately from cocaine use during this period, but they would suffer disproportionately from cocaine prohibition and enforcement for decades to come. The myths created during cocaine's fall became justifications for police violence, harsh sentencing, and discriminatory law enforcement. People who had nothing to do with Victorian cocaine enthusiasm would pay the price for it. The story of Ernst von Fleischl-Marxow, with which we began this chapter, is ultimately about the gap between intention and outcome, between enthusiasm and wisdom. Freud genuinely thought he was helping his friend by recommending cocaine. He believed he had found something that could alleviate suffering. He was wrong, tragically wrong, and his friend paid with his life. On a societal scale, Victorian cocaine enthusiasm followed the same pattern. Genuine belief in cocaine's benefits, reckless promotion without adequate caution, and devastating consequences. The intentions weren't entirely bad, but the outcomes were terrible. And when the backlash came, it brought its own set of distortions and harms, replacing medical overconfidence with racial panic and moral hysteria. As we close this chapter, we're at a turning point in cocaine's story. The substance that entered the 20th century as a medicinal product would exit it as a symbol of criminal enterprise and social decay. The coca leaf that had sustained Andean civilizations would become associated with violence, addiction, and the failure of drug policy. But we're not there yet. The prohibition of the early 20th century wasn't the end of cocaine, not by a long shot. It simply drove cocaine underground, where it would continue its journey through Prohibition-era speakeasies, Hollywood glamour, and eventually into the hands of organized crime that would transform it into one of the most profitable illegal commodities on Earth. But that's a story for upcoming chapters. For now, rest with this sobering history, a wonder drug built on indigenous knowledge, promoted with European arrogance, consumed with American enthusiasm, and prohibited with American racism. Cocaine's fall from grace was overdetermined, too many factors pushing in the same direction. The medical evidence of harm, the racial panic, the progressive reform movements, the changing moral attitudes toward intoxication, all of these converged to transform cocaine from pharmacy staple to criminal contraband. The substance didn't change, society's understanding and tolerance of it did. And in that transformation, we see reflected all the tensions and contradictions of early 20th century America. Scientific hubris meeting indigenous wisdom, public health concerns mixing with racial anxiety, good intentions paving roads to terrible outcomes. The golden age of cocaine was over. The age of cocaine prohibition was beginning, and somewhere in the Andes people were still chewing coca leaves as they had for millennia, largely unaffected by the Western world's oscillation between celebration and condemnation. The leaf remained what it had always been. It was the context that kept changing. And that context was about to change again, in ways that would bring cocaine back into prominence through violence and crime rather than medicine and commerce. But that's a tale for later chapters. For now, drift off knowing that you've witnessed one of history's most dramatic reversals in public opinion, driven by evidence and prejudice in equal measure. Sleep well, and I'll see you next time when we explore what happened when cocaine went underground and criminals discovered its profit potential. The story is far from over. It's just entering its darkest chapters yet. So we've witnessed cocaine's spectacular rise as a Victorian wonder drug, and its equally dramatic fall fueled by medical evidence and racial panic. The Harrison Narcotics Tax Act of 1914 had effectively made cocaine illegal outside of strict medical supervision, and you might think that would be the end of our story. Substance discovered, substance abused, substance prohibited, problem solved, everyone goes home. If only history were that tidy. Because here's what happens when you prohibit a substance that people have grown to enjoy. It doesn't disappear. It goes underground. And when it goes underground, it transforms from a medical problem into a criminal enterprise, from a public health concern into a law enforcement nightmare. Welcome to the birth of the cocaine black market, where prohibition didn't eliminate demand. It just created criminals out of consumers and turned drug dealing into one of the most profitable illegal businesses in the world. The Harrison Narcotics Tax Act of 1914 deserves closer examination because it set the template for American drug prohibition that persists to this day. Technically, the act wasn't a prohibition at all. It was framed as a tax and registration scheme. Manufacturers and distributors of opiates and cocaine were required to register with the government, pay taxes, and keep detailed records. Physicians could still prescribe these substances, but only in the course of legitimate medical practice. The devil, as always, was in the details, specifically in how legitimate medical practice was interpreted. Initially, some doctors believed this meant they could continue prescribing cocaine and opiates to addicted patients to maintain their habits. The government, however, had different ideas. Through a series of court cases and Treasury Department rulings in the years following the Act's passage, the interpretation tightened considerably. Prescribing drugs to maintain addiction was deemed illegitimate. Physicians who continued to do so risked prosecution and imprisonment. By the early 1920s, several thousand doctors had been arrested for violating the Harrison Act's provisions. Some were genuinely running pill mills, but others were simply trying to help addicted patients avoid withdrawal. The medical profession, understandably alarmed at seeing colleagues prosecuted for medical decisions, largely withdrew from addiction treatment. If treating addiction meant risking your medical license and your freedom, most doctors decided it wasn't worth the risk. Addicted individuals suddenly found themselves cut off from legal supply and medical support, left to either suffer withdrawal or seek alternative sources. And alternative sources they found. The black market for cocaine and opiates emerged almost immediately after the Harrison Act's passage. Where there's demand and restricted supply, there's profit to be made, and criminals quickly recognized the opportunity. The infrastructure of illegal drug distribution began forming in American cities, with suppliers sourcing cocaine from various channels, diverting pharmaceutical supplies, smuggling from abroad, or stealing from medical facilities. The product that had been sold in pharmacies at relatively low prices now commanded premium prices on the black market, with all that profit going to criminal enterprises rather than legitimate businesses or government tax revenue. Prohibition had achieved the remarkable feat of transforming cocaine from a commercial product generating tax revenue into a criminal commodity funding organized crime. The criminalization of cocaine users had profound social consequences. People who had been respectable patients dealing with addiction suddenly became criminals by virtue of their continued use. The shift happened literally overnight when the Harrison Act took effect. One day you could legally obtain cocaine with a prescription. The next day, the same behavior made you a criminal. This criminalization pushed users into hiding, forcing them to interact with criminal elements to obtain their supply. It also created social stigma that made seeking help difficult. If you were addicted to cocaine, you couldn't exactly discuss it openly without risking arrest or social ostracism. The support systems that might have helped users were dismantled by prohibition, replaced by criminal networks that had no interest in users' well-being beyond extracting their money. The Roaring Twenties provided a particularly interesting chapter in cocaine's underground journey. This was the Jazz Age, the era of flappers and speakeasies, when America had also prohibited alcohol through the 18th Amendment. The country was in a contradictory mood, officially puritanical about intoxicants while culturally rebellious and hedonistic. Prohibition of alcohol created speakeasies, underground bars where people could drink illegally while feeling deliciously transgressive. Cocaine fit right into this culture of glamorous illegality. At the same parties where bootleg gin flowed freely, cocaine also circulated among those who could afford it. The drug that had been associated with medical respectability in the Victorian era now carried an aura of sophisticated rebellion, an upper-class vice enjoyed by those daring enough to flout the law. The economics of prohibition fundamentally changed cocaine's user demographic. When cocaine was legal and available in patent medicines, it was accessible to people across economic classes. Labourers could afford coca tonics. Middle-class housewives used cocaine-laced remedies. But once cocaine went underground, prices skyrocketed due to risk premiums. Producing, transporting, and selling an illegal substance carries legal risks, and those risks are priced into the product. Black market cocaine cost many times what pharmaceutical cocaine had cost, putting it out of reach for working-class consumers. Cocaine became, by economic necessity, a drug for the wealthy, people who could afford the inflated prices and who had enough social insulation to use illegal drugs without immediate consequences. The Jazz Age cocaine user was typically affluent, connected, and sheltered from the harsh enforcement that fell on less privileged populations. This economic stratification reinforced cocaine's image as a glamorous, elite substance. If only the wealthy could afford it, then using cocaine became a marker of wealth and sophistication. The drug took on associations with success, creativity, and bohemian artistic circles. Writers, musicians, and actors were rumored to use cocaine for inspiration and energy. Hollywood, that glittering new industry producing dreams on celluloid, became particularly associated with cocaine use. The film industry was young, wealthy, and populated by people living in a bubble of fame and money. Cocaine circulated through Hollywood parties, used by stars and studio executives who could afford it and who felt themselves above conventional morality. The drug that had once been sold as health medicine was now being consumed as luxury entertainment. Silent film stars and early talkies-era celebrities were rumoured to use cocaine, though documentation from this period is understandably scarce. People didn't exactly keep diaries of their illegal drug use, but industry memoirs and later accounts suggest cocaine was prevalent in Hollywood circles. The intense demands of the film industry, Long shooting schedules, physically demanding performances, pressure to maintain appearance and energy made stimulants appealing. And in an environment where money was plentiful and legal consequences felt distant, cocaine found a ready market. The drug became associated with the glitz and glamour of Hollywood, a secret ingredient in the production of cinematic magic, or so the mythology went. The cultural associations formed during this period would stick with cocaine for decades. Unlike heroin, which became associated with poverty, crime, and urban decay, cocaine maintained its elite image. This was the drug of artists, intellectuals, and the fashionable wealthy. Using cocaine wasn't seen as a sign of moral decay in these circles. It was a sign of being in the know, of having access to exclusive pleasures. The racial panic that had driven cocaine prohibition, those myths about dangerous black cocaine users, stood in stark contrast to the reality of who was actually using cocaine during prohibition. The wealthy white users in speakeasies and Hollywood mansions faced minimal legal consequences, while poor and minority populations bore the brunt of enforcement. The disparities that would characterize American drug policy were already firmly established. The geographic distribution of cocaine during Prohibition is revealing. Major cities with wealthy populations and strong organized crime networks became cocaine hubs. New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, places with money, nightlife, and criminal infrastructure, saw the most active cocaine markets. Rural areas and smaller towns where supply chains were harder to establish and demand was lower had much less cocaine availability. The drug became an urban phenomenon, another factor in its elite image. Using cocaine required being in the right place, knowing the right people, and having the right amount of money. It was exclusive by necessity, its illegality making access a marker of social connection as much as wealth. Organized crime syndicates that had grown wealthy from alcohol prohibition naturally expanded into other prohibited substances. The same networks that smuggled bootleg whiskey could smuggle cocaine. The same corrupt officials who looked the other way for alcohol smuggling could be bribed for cocaine protection. The same speakeasies that served illegal liquor could facilitate cocaine sales. Prohibition had created criminal infrastructure that was easily adaptable to multiple products. When alcohol prohibition ended in 1933 with the 21st Amendment's ratification, organized crime had to find new revenue sources. Cocaine, already established in their portfolio, became more important. The repeal of alcohol prohibition didn't dismantle organized crime, it just shifted their business model toward other prohibited substances. The medical profession's relationship with cocaine during this period was complicated. Legitimate medical uses remained. Cocaine was still valuable as a local anesthetic in certain surgical procedures, but the Harrison Act's restrictions meant that medical cocaine was tightly controlled, with extensive paperwork and regulatory oversight. Doctors who prescribed cocaine had to justify their prescriptions carefully. The casual recommendation of cocaine that had characterized Victorian medicine was long gone, replaced by caution and bureaucratic oversight. Medical cocaine use declined not just because of safety concerns, but because the legal hassles made it easier to use alternative anesthetics. Novocaine, a synthetic local anesthetic introduced in 1905, became more popular partly because it lacked cocaine's legal complications. The drug that had revolutionized surgery was being supplanted by synthetic alternatives that didn't carry the same regulatory burden. The enforcement of cocaine prohibition during the 1920s and 1930s was inconsistent and often racially biased, continuing patterns established before the Harrison Act. Wealthy white users in private clubs faced minimal scrutiny. Police didn't raid Hollywood parties or Upper East Side penthouses with the same enthusiasm they showed for targeting poor and minority communities. When cocaine arrests did occur in wealthy circles, they were often handled discreetly, with good lawyers ensuring minimal consequences. Working-class and minority cocaine users, who were comparatively rare due to price barriers but did exist, faced much harsher treatment. The law was theoretically equal, but its application was anything but. This disparate enforcement would intensify as drug policy evolved, becoming a defining characteristic of American drug war. The international dimension of cocaine prohibition also developed during this period. The Harrison Act was partly inspired by international agreements on drug control, and American prohibitionist philosophy began influencing global policy. International conventions attempted to control cocaine production at its source, pressuring Peru and Bolivia to restrict coca cultivation. These efforts had limited success. Coca remained deeply embedded in Andean culture, and local authorities had neither the will nor the resources to eradicate it. The coca plant continued growing in its traditional territory, now increasingly valuable not for its traditional uses but for its illegal derivative, The global cocaine trade was taking shape, with production in South America and consumption in wealthy northern nations, a pattern that would intensify dramatically in coming decades. The cultural representations of cocaine during Prohibition reflected its ambivalent status. In some circles, cocaine was glamorized as the drug of artists and sophisticates. Jazz musicians, writers, and actors were associated with cocaine use in the public imagination, lending it an aura of creativity and bohemianism. In other representations, cocaine was demonized as a dangerous narcotic corrupting American morality. The same substance could be seen as stylish or sinister, depending on who was telling the story and who was using the drug. This duality, cocaine as simultaneously elite pleasure and social poison, persisted throughout the Prohibition era and would continue to characterize cocaine's cultural position for decades to come. By the end of Prohibition of alcohol in 1933 and through the 1930s and 1940s, cocaine had settled into a relatively stable underground existence. It wasn't as prominent as it had been during the speakeasy era. Heroin and marijuana were gaining more attention in both use and enforcement circles, but cocaine maintained its niche as an elite stimulant, used by those who could afford it and access it. The black market infrastructure remained in place, ready to expand when demand increased. The laws remained on the books, enforced selectively based on who was caught and their social status. The foundation had been laid for what would come later, when Colombian cartels and the crack epidemic would bring cocaine back into the spotlight with devastating consequences. The transformation of cocaine from medicine to criminal commodity during this period represents one of history's most consequential policy experiments. Prohibition didn't eliminate cocaine use. It changed who used it, how they obtained it, and what consequences they faced. It didn't reduce harm, it shifted where harm occurred and who bore its burden. It didn't destroy criminal enterprise, it funded and expanded it. The Harrison Act and the enforcement philosophy it represented created the American drug war's basic structure. Prohibited substances, criminal penalties, racially disparate enforcement, and persistent black markets. That structure, established in the 1910s and 1920s, would prove remarkably durable, surviving repeated evidence of its ineffectiveness to shape drug policy into the 21st century. For the coca leaf itself, Prohibition represented another step in its alienation from original context. What had been sacred in the Andes, then commodified by Spain, then chemically isolated by Europeans, was now criminalized by American law. Each transformation took coca further from its origins, adding layers of exploitation and misunderstanding. The indigenous peoples still chewing coca leaves in their traditional manner were technically violating international drug conventions inspired by American policy. Their 8,000-year-old practice was now illegal by standards set by people who had turned their plant into a pharmaceutical disaster and then blamed the plant itself. The colonial arrogance involved is breathtaking when you step back and consider it. As we close this chapter on cocaine's Prohibition era, we're positioned at a relatively quiet moment in cocaine's turbulent history. The 1940s through the 1960s would see cocaine remain as an elite underground drug, overshadowed by heroin in the public imagination and by marijuana in the emerging counterculture. But this was merely a lull before the storm. Starting in the late 1970s, cocaine would return to prominence with a vengeance, this time backed by South American cartels with industrial-scale production capabilities and ruthless business practices. The black market infrastructure established during early Prohibition would explode into multinational criminal empires. But that's a story for coming chapters. For now, understand what Prohibition accomplished and what it didn't. It successfully ended the era of cocaine patent medicines and casual medical recommendation. It created legal frameworks for drug control that persist today. But it also established patterns of racial disparity in enforcement, created profitable criminal enterprises, drove drug use underground where it became more dangerous, and transformed addiction from medical issue to criminal matter. The trade-offs were enormous, and the costs, measured in lives, communities, and billions in enforcement spending, would compound over the following century. The cocaine that entered the Prohibition era as a medical product left it as a criminal commodity, its users transformed into criminals, its sellers into entrepreneurs of illegality. The substance hadn't changed. The same alkaloid isolated by Niemann in 1860 remained chemically identical. But everything around it had transformed, and those transformations, the infrastructure and patterns established during this Prohibition period, would provide the foundation for cocaine's next major chapter, the Colombian cartel era that would bring violence and profit to scales previously unimaginable. But we'll get there. For now, rest knowing you've witnessed the birth of the drug war and the establishment of black markets that would fuel criminal empires for generations. Sweet dreams, and I'll see you in the next chapter when we meet the cartel kings who would transform cocaine from elite vice into global industry. The story, as always, is just getting more complicated. So we've traced cocaine's journey from sacred Andean leaf through Victorian miracle cure to prohibited substance traded in elite speakeasies, and you might think the story has peaked in terms of drama and consequences. But here's the thing about cocaine's history. Just when you think it can't get more intense, it finds another gear entirely. Because what happened in Colombia starting in the 1970s wasn't just the next chapter in cocaine's story. It was the transformation of drug trafficking from small-scale criminal enterprise into multinational corporate operation, complete with vertically integrated supply chains, sophisticated logistics networks, and business strategies that would be studied in MBA programs if they weren't, massively illegal and extraordinarily violent. Welcome to the era of the Colombian cartels, where cocaine became an industry worth billions, and where the line between criminal organization and corporate conglomerate got very, very blurry. This is where things get dark, expensive, and tragically consequential for millions of people. To understand how Colombia became the world's cocaine superpower, we need to appreciate the perfect storm of factors that converged in the 1970s. First, there was demand. The United States, particularly its wealthy urban populations, had developed a serious appetite for cocaine. The drug had shed some of its Jazz Age exclusivity and was becoming fashionable among a broader affluent demographic. Second, there was supply. The coca plant, while native to the Andes, could be cultivated in Colombia's diverse geography, particularly in the southern regions bordering Peru and Bolivia, where coca had traditionally grown. Third, there was infrastructure. Colombia had established smuggling routes and criminal networks from the marijuana trade of the 1960s and early 1970s. The same routes that moved weed could move cocaine. And fourth, there was opportunity. The countries where coca grew most abundantly, Peru and Bolivia, had less developed criminal infrastructure, while Colombia had both access to raw materials and organizational capability. It was like a twisted version of comparative economic advantage, where Colombia's competitive edge was in criminal logistics. The early cocaine trade in Colombia was relatively disorganized, with multiple small operations competing for market share. Traffickers would buy coca paste from Peru and Bolivia, process it into cocaine hydrochloride in rudimentary labs, and smuggle it northward, often through the Caribbean. It was profitable but inefficient, with too many middlemen taking cuts and too many variables outside anyone's control. The early cocaine entrepreneurs were making money, but they were also leaving enormous amounts of potential profit on the table due to disorganization. Nature, or rather greed, abhors a vacuum, and into this fragmented market stepped individuals who would transform everything by applying business logic to criminal enterprise. The Medellin cartel didn't emerge fully formed. It coalesced gradually from a collection of traffickers who realized that cooperation was more profitable than competition. Based in Medellin, Colombia's second-largest city nestled in the Abura Valley, this loose confederation of drug lords figured out what oil companies and automobile manufacturers had known for decades. Vertical integration maximizes profit. Why buy coca paste from Peruvian suppliers when you can control coca cultivation yourself? Why rely on independent chemists when you can build your own processing labs? Why use third-party smugglers when you can develop your own transportation networks? Why wholesale to American distributors when you can establish your own distribution chains? By controlling every step of the process from coca leaf to street sale, the Medellin cartel captured value at every stage. It was supply chain management, just applied to illegal narcotics. At the center of the Medellin cartel stood Pablo Escobar, a figure who had become synonymous with cocaine trafficking, and whose story has been told so many times it's almost mythological. Born in 1949 to a modest family in Rio Negro, Escobar showed entrepreneurial instincts early, though these instincts were channeled into criminal activities from his teenage years. He started with petty theft, graduated to stealing cars and selling contraband cigarettes, and eventually moved into marijuana trafficking. By the time cocaine became the profitable commodity in the mid-1970s, Escobar had already developed criminal expertise, organizational skills, and ruthless ambition. He recognized cocaine's potential before many others did, and he moved aggressively to dominate the trade. Escobar's approach to building his cocaine empire combined business acumen with extraordinary brutality, crystallized in his infamous philosophy of plata o plomo, silver or lead, bribe or bullet. When dealing with anyone who could interfere with his operations, politicians, judges, police officers, journalists, rival criminals, Escobar offered a simple choice: take his money and cooperate, or face violent consequences. There was no middle ground, no negotiation, no appeal. You were either with him and enriched, or against him and destroyed. This strategy proved devastatingly effective. Politicians who might have opposed drug trafficking found themselves presented with briefcases full of cash. Those who refused found themselves or their families targeted for assassination. Judges who might have convicted cartel members were similarly confronted with money or threats. The corruption spread like cancer through Colombian institutions, with Escobar essentially purchasing entire sectors of government and law enforcement. The scale of Escobar's wealth during his peak years in the 1980s is difficult to comprehend. Forbes magazine listed him as one of the world's richest people, with a net worth estimated at around $25 to $30 billion. He was earning so much money from cocaine that he allegedly spent $2,500 per month just on rubber bands to wrap the cash. He reportedly lost 10% of his currency annually to rats eating the bills in storage or to water damage in buried caches. When you're losing hundreds of millions of dollars to rodents and mold and it doesn't significantly impact your bottom line, you've entered a level of wealth that transcends normal understanding. Escobar built mansions, bought private zoos complete with hippos and elephants, owned fleets of aircraft and boats, and essentially ran his own private state within Colombia. The cocaine business had made him not just rich, but powerful in ways that challenged national sovereignty. The infrastructure Escobar and his associates built for cocaine production was impressively sophisticated. Gone were the days of small jungle labs producing limited quantities. The Medellin cartel established what could only be described as cocaine factories, industrial-scale processing facilities capable of converting tons of coca paste into pure cocaine hydrochloride. These superlabs had multiple buildings, sophisticated chemical equipment, dedicated workforces, and production capabilities that rivaled legitimate pharmaceutical operations. They were hidden in jungle locations protected by armed guards and supplied with chemicals and coca paste through elaborate logistics networks. When one facility was discovered and raided, others continued operating. The redundancy built into the system meant that losing one lab barely dented overall production. It was industrial manufacturing applied to illegal drugs, with quality control, efficiency optimization, and continuous production schedules. The transportation methods developed by the cartels were equally sophisticated and constantly evolving to evade law enforcement. Early smuggling used small planes flying under radar, boats crossing the Caribbean, and human couriers swallowing drug-filled condoms. As these methods became known and interdiction improved, the cartels innovated. They built submarines, actual functioning submarines, to transport cocaine underwater. They modified commercial aircraft with hidden compartments. They developed creative concealment methods, hiding cocaine in everything from concrete fence posts to frozen fruit pulp to canned vegetables. The cat-and-mouse game between smugglers and authorities drove continuous innovation on both sides. For every new detection method, traffickers developed countermeasures. For every interdiction success, they created alternative routes. It was an arms race where the prize was billions in illegal profits. The Medellin cartel's operations extended beyond Colombia into transit countries and destination markets. They established operations in Panama, where Manuel Noriega, the country's de facto ruler, provided safe passage for cocaine in exchange for massive bribes. They cultivated relationships in Mexico, using that country as a staging ground for shipments into the United States. They developed distribution networks in Miami, New York, Los Angeles, and other American cities. The organization was truly transnational, operating across borders with greater efficiency than many legitimate multinational corporations. National boundaries were merely inconveniences to be navigated through corruption, violence, or creative smuggling. The cartel thought globally and acted locally, adapting strategies to each jurisdiction's particular vulnerabilities. While Escobar and the Medellin cartel dominated headlines and captured popular imagination, they weren't the only major player. The Cali cartel, based in Colombia's third-largest city, represented a different approach to the same business. Where the Medellin cartel was notorious for its violence and Escobar's flamboyant public profile, the Cali cartel operated more quietly, more like traditional businessmen than flamboyant criminals. Led by the Rodriguez Orejuela brothers and their associates, the Cali cartel preferred bribery to assassination, corporate structure to cult of personality. They infiltrated Colombian society more subtly, buying banks, real estate companies, and legitimate businesses to launder their money and provide cover for their operations. The Cali cartel's sophistication was remarkable. They employed computer programmers to manage databases of their operations. They hired professionals, accountants, lawyers, bankers to manage their money laundering. They invested in legitimate businesses not just for laundering purposes, but as genuine diversification. While Escobar was building hippo-infested estates and courting media attention, the Cali leadership was conducting themselves like corporate executives who happened to be trading in cocaine rather than commodities or manufacturing. Their lower profile meant less law enforcement attention for years, allowing them to build their empire while Medellin drew most of the heat. It was a masterclass in strategic positioning. Let your competitor make noise while you quietly expand market share. The two cartels coexisted uneasily for years before their relationship deteriorated into open warfare. They had different territories, different approaches, and different clientele to some extent. But the cocaine market was so lucrative that conflict was probably inevitable. When tensions finally boiled over in the early 1990s, the result was extraordinary violence. The Cali cartel supported Colombian and American efforts to capture Escobar, seeing an opportunity to eliminate their competitor while appearing cooperative with authorities. This unholy alliance between the businessman cartel and law enforcement against the terrorist cartel was purely strategic. The Cali leadership had no moral objection to cocaine trafficking, just to competition. The enemy of their enemy was their friend, at least temporarily. The violence that accompanied the cartel era in Colombia was staggering in its scope and brutality. The Medellin cartel, particularly Escobar's faction, waged what can only be described as narco-terrorism. They assassinated presidential candidates, bombed civilian aircraft, attacked police stations, and killed thousands of people. In 1989, Escobar ordered the bombing of Avianca Flight 203, killing 107 people, allegedly targeting a single presidential candidate who wasn't even on the flight. He bombed the DAS, Colombian Security Service building, killing dozens. He orchestrated the assassination of numerous judges, politicians, and journalists who opposed him. The death toll from cartel violence in Colombia during the 1980s and early 1990s numbered in the tens of thousands. Cities like Medellin became some of the most dangerous places on earth, with murder rates that seemed more appropriate for war zones than civilian centers. The impact on Colombian society was devastating and long-lasting. Generations grew up with violence as normal background noise. The most capable and motivated citizens, journalists, judges, politicians, police officers, were systematically eliminated if they opposed cartel interests. Those who survived often did so by collaboration or silence. The corruption permeated so deeply that distinguishing between state institutions and criminal organizations became nearly impossible in some regions. Young people in cartel territories saw drug trafficking as the path to wealth and status, since legitimate routes seemed blocked or inferior. The social fabric that holds communities together was shredded by narco culture, where loyalty to cartel bosses replaced loyalty to community or nation. Escobar's relationship with the Colombian government exemplifies the bizarre dynamics of the era. At one point, he actually negotiated with the government to surrender, but only if he could build and inhabit his own prison, La Catedral, which was more luxury resort than correctional facility, staffed by guards of his choosing, and equipped with amenities including a nightclub, soccer field, and giant dollhouse. He continued running his cocaine operations from this prison, essentially paying a small penalty for the appearance of justice while maintaining his business. When the Colombian government eventually tried to transfer him to a real prison, he simply walked away from La Catedral, beginning a manhunt that would eventually lead to his death in 1993. The fact that one of the world's most wanted criminals could dictate the terms of his own imprisonment shows how thoroughly the cartels had compromised Colombian institutions. The United States, as the primary market for Colombian cocaine, played a complicated role in this drama. American demand fueled the entire enterprise. Without millions of American consumers willing to pay premium prices for cocaine, the cartels would have had no business model. Yet American policy focused almost exclusively on supply-side interdiction and source country eradication rather than addressing demand. Billions of dollars flowed into anti-narcotics efforts, military aid to Colombia, and interdiction operations. These efforts had limited success. For every ton of cocaine seized, many more tons made it through. For every cartel leader arrested, others stepped into the vacuum. The economics were simply too attractive. Cocaine could be produced in Colombia for a few $1,000s per kilogram and sold in the United States for $20,000 to $50,000 per kilogram or more. Profit margins of 500% or higher attract criminal enterprise like magnets, regardless of interdiction efforts. The environmental consequences of cocaine production rarely made headlines but were severe. Coca cultivation often occurred in jungle regions, requiring deforestation to clear planting areas. Processing cocaine requires chemicals, sulfuric acid, acetone, gasoline, ammonia, that were often dumped directly into rivers and streams when processing was complete. These toxic dumps devastated local ecosystems, poisoning water supplies and killing wildlife. The fumigation campaigns undertaken by Colombian and American authorities to eradicate coca crops created their own environmental damage, with herbicides drifting to legitimate crops and natural areas. The Amazon basin, one of Earth's most biodiverse regions, suffered enormous damage from coca cultivation and cocaine processing. The sacred leaf that had been cultivated sustainably by indigenous peoples for millennia was now being grown industrially in ways that destroyed the very forests where it originated. The global financial system became complicit in cocaine's industrialization, whether intentionally or through willful ignorance. Billions of dollars in cocaine profits needed to be laundered, converted from suspicious cash into legitimate assets. Banks in Panama, the Bahamas, Switzerland, and even major American financial institutions processed drug money, either knowingly or through inadequate oversight. The cartel wealth had to go somewhere, and the international banking system proved quite accommodating. Real estate in Miami, New York, and other cities was purchased with cartel money, inflating prices and creating legitimate asset bases. The financial infrastructure that enabled global commerce was equally effective at enabling global crime, and the distinction between dirty money and clean money proved conveniently blurry for institutions that profited from the flow. The social impact in the United States was equally significant, though different in character from Colombia's experience. Cocaine became the drug of the 1980s, associated with Wall Street traders, Hollywood celebrities, and ambitious professionals. The image of cocaine as the champagne of drugs persisted, fueled by its high price and association with success. Popular culture celebrated cocaine, with songs, movies, and cultural references treating it as sophisticated recreational choice rather than dangerous addictive substance. This glamorization obscured the violence and exploitation inherent in the supply chain. The Wall Street trader snorting lines at a nightclub gave no thought to the Colombian violence that brought the product to his nostrils, the corrupted institutions, the environmental destruction, or the lives lost along the way. Consumption was divorced from consequence, pleasure from source. The cartel era also saw the perfection of money laundering techniques that persist today. The black market peso exchange, a system where Colombian pesos are exchanged for dollars through complex trade transactions, was developed partly by cocaine traffickers. Shell companies, offshore accounts, and cryptocurrency's ancestors, these financial tools were refined by cartel accountants managing billions in illegal proceeds. The financial sophistication required to move and hide cartel wealth drove innovations that legitimate businesses would later adopt. It's a perverse legacy. Techniques developed to hide drug money now used in everything from tax evasion to legitimate offshore investing. The cartels weren't just drug dealers, they were financial innovators whose methods outlasted their organizations. By the mid-1990s, both major Colombian cartels were in decline. Escobar was killed in 1993 by Colombian special forces, his death marking the symbolic end of the Medellin cartel's dominance. The Cali cartel leadership was systematically captured and extradited through the mid-1990s, their quieter approach ultimately insufficient protection against focused law enforcement pressure. But the cocaine trade didn't end with the cartel's fall. Instead, it fragmented and evolved. Smaller Colombian organizations took over pieces of the business. Mexican cartels, which had been junior partners and transit facilitators, recognized opportunity and moved to dominate trafficking routes. The vertical integration pioneered by Escobar and the Cali leadership proved exportable. Others could copy the business model even if the original organizations collapsed. The Colombian cartel era left profound legacies that persist decades later. Colombia spent years rebuilding institutions corrupted by narco money and recovering from violence that killed tens of thousands. The country's international reputation, once associated with coffee and emeralds, became synonymous with cocaine and violence. Generations of Colombians grew up in a society where narco culture shaped aspirations and values. The environmental damage from coca cultivation and processing continues to affect ecosystems. And perhaps most significantly, the business models and criminal innovations developed during this era spread globally, adopted by criminal organizations from Mexico to West Africa to Europe. The Colombian cartels were training ground and prototype for global organized crime's modern era. Looking back at the Colombian cartel period through our coca leaf's journey, the transformation is complete and devastating. What started as sacred leaf chewed for spiritual connection had become industrial product produced through violence and corruption on a continental scale. The alkaloid that Niemann isolated in his laboratory was now being manufactured in jungle superlabs, transported in submarines, and generating profits that corrupted nations. Each step away from the original context had amplified the dangers while eliminating the safeguards. The indigenous peoples of the Andes chewing coca leaves were about as connected to the Colombian cartels as medieval herbalists are to modern pharmaceutical corporations. Same fundamental plant, completely different systems of production and consumption. The industrialization of cocaine by Colombian cartels represents a particular kind of tragedy. The application of capitalist efficiency to illegal enterprise. The same organizational principles that make legitimate businesses successful, vertical integration, economies of scale, market expansion, distribution networks, proved equally effective at expanding criminal operations. The cartels were in many ways the logical extension of cocaine's commercialization that began when the Spanish saw coca as economic resource rather than sacred plant. Each step of commercialization brought greater scale and greater harm, from colonial coca plantations feeding silver mines to pharmaceutical production for Victorian consumers to industrial-scale cartel manufacturing for global markets. The trajectory was consistent. Treat coca as commodity, strip it of meaning, concentrate its effects, and expand its distribution for profit. As we close this chapter on the Colombian cartel era, we're positioned at the end of cocaine's most violent period, but not at the end of its story. The cartels fell, but the trade continued, evolving and adapting. Mexican organizations would take center stage, as we'll explore in coming chapters. The crack epidemic would bring cocaine's devastation to American inner cities in ways the powder form hadn't. The global cocaine market would expand into Europe and beyond. The lessons of the Colombian era, both for criminals learning how to organize and for societies learning about corruption's costs, would echo forward. The coca leaf's journey wasn't complete. It was merely entering another phase. For now, rest with this sobering chapter of cocaine's history. The sacred leaf that sustained Andean civilizations for millennia had become the product that funded modern criminal empires, corrupted nations, and caused untold suffering. The distance traveled from Andean mountaintop to Colombian jungle superlab is measured not just in miles but in meaning. 8,000 years of respectful use versus decades of exploitative production. Yet the fundamental irony remains. The demand that drove the Colombian cartels came from wealthy consumers in developed nations, the same countries that condemned the violence while consuming the product. The system that Escobar and his competitors built was response to market demand, criminal supply meeting legal prohibition meeting consumer appetite. Without addressing that demand, the supply will always find a way, regardless of how many cartels fall or kingpins die. Sweet dreams if you can manage them after this chapter. Next time, we'll explore what happened when cocaine found its way into the crack form and devastated American communities in ways that powder cocaine hadn't. The story gets darker before it gets any lighter, but understanding this history matters if we're ever to break the cycles it established. The Colombian cartel era showed what happens when criminal enterprise achieves corporate scale, and those lessons remain relevant as drug trafficking continues evolving globally. Stay cozy, stay informed, and I'll see you in the next chapter when crack cocaine enters the picture and cocaine's class dynamics get turned upside down in the worst possible way. So we've just spent a chapter exploring how Colombian cartels industrialize cocaine production, turning a cottage criminal industry into multinational corporate enterprise, complete with superlabs, submarines, and profit margins that would make Fortune 500 companies jealous. Billions of dollars flowed northward, violence consumed Colombia, and cocaine cemented its position as the elite recreational drug of choice for wealthy Americans. But here's the thing about exclusivity. It's only exclusive until someone figures out how to make it accessible. And in the early 1980s, someone figured out how to transform cocaine from expensive powder, snorted by Wall Street traders, into cheap smokable rock sold on street corners for a few dollars. The invention, if you can call it that, was crack cocaine, and its arrival in American inner cities would trigger one of the most devastating public health crises in modern history, while simultaneously exposing the deep racial inequalities embedded in American drug policy. This is the story of how chemistry met poverty met racism, and how the resulting explosion would incarcerate a generation while devastating communities already struggling with decades of systemic neglect. Let's start with the chemistry, because understanding what crack actually is helps explain why it became so destructive so quickly. Powder cocaine, the kind we've been discussing throughout this narrative, is cocaine hydrochloride, a salt form of the cocaine molecule that's stable and dissolvable in water. When you snort powder cocaine, it absorbs through the mucous membranes of your nose, entering the bloodstream relatively quickly but not instantaneously. The high comes on over a few minutes and lasts maybe 15 to 30 minutes. It's a pleasant, energizing sensation that makes users feel confident and alert. The problem, from a dealer's perspective, is that powder cocaine is expensive because production requires significant processing, and the delivery method, snorting, isn't the most efficient way to get the drug into the brain. If you could find a way to make cocaine smokable, you could deliver it much more rapidly to the brain. Smoke gets absorbed through the lungs almost instantly, crossing into the bloodstream and reaching the brain within seconds rather than minutes. But here's the chemistry problem. Cocaine hydrochloride has a high melting point and decomposes when heated to the temperatures needed for smoking. You can't just put powder cocaine in a pipe and light it. It won't vaporize properly. However, if you convert cocaine hydrochloride back to its freebase form by removing the hydrochloride part, you get cocaine in a form that vaporizes at lower temperatures, making it smokable. The traditional method of doing this involved using volatile solvents like ether, which was dangerous and complicated. But someone discovered you could achieve similar results using just baking soda and water. Mix powder cocaine with baking soda, add water, heat the mixture, and the cocaine converts to freebase form as the water evaporates, leaving behind hard chunks or rocks that crack and pop when heated, hence the name crack. It was shockingly simple, requiring no chemistry expertise and no specialized equipment. Any dealer could do it in their kitchen. The economic implications of this simple chemical transformation were profound. Powder cocaine, even at street level, was expensive, maybe $100 for a gram in the early 1980s, enough for several snorting sessions but still a significant cost. Crack changed the economic equation entirely. A single rock of crack could be produced from a small amount of powder cocaine and sold for as little as $5 to $10. For the first time, cocaine became accessible to people who could never have afforded the powder form. A person with $10 in their pocket could now experience the cocaine high, albeit in a more intense and shorter-lasting form. This democratization of cocaine, as some have grimly called it, meant that crack found a ready market in economically disadvantaged communities where powder cocaine had been priced out of reach. The same drug that had been the champagne of narcotics suddenly became available in shot glass equivalents at beer prices, but the accessibility came with significantly increased danger. Smoking crack delivers cocaine to the brain far more rapidly than snorting powder, producing an intense but brief high, intense euphoria lasting maybe 5 to 15 minutes, followed by a crash that makes users immediately want more. This rapid cycle of intense high and crashing low is profoundly addictive. Users describe the crack high as incomparably intense but fleeting, creating a compulsion to smoke again and again to recapture that initial rush. The pharmacological delivery method that made crack economically accessible also made it neurochemically devastating. Powder cocaine is addictive, certainly, but crack's rapid delivery amplifies addictive potential significantly. Users could become dependent incredibly quickly, sometimes after just a few uses. The $10 entry point that made crack accessible quickly became a $100 a day habit, with users selling possessions, stealing, prostituting themselves, or doing anything else necessary to maintain their supply. The crack epidemic exploded in American inner cities starting around 1984 and peaking in the late 1980s. The timing wasn't coincidental. It corresponded with the peak of Colombian cartel production, when cocaine supply was abundant and prices were relatively low. Dealers seeking to expand their market realized that converting powder to crack opened entirely new customer bases. Urban neighborhoods that had been ignored by the powder cocaine trade suddenly had crack houses on every block. The distribution method was perfectly suited to economically depressed areas. Cheap product, immediate high, and intense addiction ensuring repeat customers. Within just a few years, crack had devastated communities that were already struggling with unemployment, poverty, and the lingering effects of decades of systemic racism. The impact on African American communities specifically was catastrophic and not coincidental. Crack arrived in neighborhoods that had been systematically disadvantaged through redlining, employment discrimination, underfunded schools, and white flight that had stripped away tax bases and economic opportunity. These were communities where legitimate economic paths to success had been blocked or narrowed, where unemployment was high and hopelessness was pervasive. Crack offered both escape and, for those willing to sell it, economic opportunity. Young men who saw no future in legitimate employment could make hundreds or thousands of dollars per week selling crack. The drug economy became an alternative to the legitimate economy that had excluded them. And in this alternative economy, addiction wasn't a bug, it was a feature. Every addicted customer was a guaranteed revenue stream. The human toll was devastating in ways that statistics struggle to capture. Babies were born addicted to crack, suffering withdrawal symptoms from birth and facing developmental challenges. These crack babies, as media sensationally labelled them, became symbols of the epidemic, though later research would show that poverty and lack of prenatal care were as much to blame as crack itself for poor birth outcomes. Families were torn apart as parents prioritised addiction over children. Grandmothers found themselves raising grandchildren whose parents were lost to crack. Children witnessed violence, addiction and desperation as everyday occurrences. The social fabric that holds communities together frayed and then tore under crack's assault. Neighbourhood institutions, churches, schools, community centres struggled to respond to problems that overwhelmed their capacity. The violence associated with crack was different from previous drug-related violence in both scale and proximity. Earlier drug violence happened largely out of sight. Cartel wars in Colombia, smuggling murders in remote locations. Crack violence happened on street corners, in apartment buildings, and in the neighbourhoods where families lived. Crack markets created territorial disputes between dealers, and these disputes were settled with guns. The homicide rate in American cities spiked dramatically during the crack years, with young black men dying at rates that rivaled war zones. Drive-by shootings, once rare, became common enough to enter the cultural vocabulary. Innocent bystanders, children playing, elderly residents sitting on porches, were killed in crossfire between dealers. Communities lived in fear, with the sound of gunshots becoming routine background noise. The media coverage of the crack epidemic was sensational, persistent, and laden with racial undertones. Major news networks ran story after story about crack's dangers, often featuring black users and dealers while ignoring that crack use occurred in white communities as well. The framing consistently emphasized individual moral failure rather than systemic factors. Crack users were portrayed as irredeemable addicts, crack dealers as predators, crack neighborhoods as war zones requiring military-style intervention. The language used, crack whores, crack babies, super predators, dehumanized affected populations, making punitive responses easier to justify. Rarely did coverage examine why crack had taken hold in particular communities, what economic and social conditions had made those communities vulnerable, or what role decades of discriminatory policy had played in creating the conditions for crack's explosion. The political response to crack was swift, harsh, and racially discriminatory, in ways that would have lasting consequences. President Reagan declared a renewed war on drugs, with crack as the primary enemy. Congress passed the Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986, which established mandatory minimum sentences for drug offences, but with a catch that would define drug policy's racial impact for decades. The law established a 100.1 sentencing disparity between crack and powder cocaine. Possession of 5 grams of crack cocaine triggered a mandatory minimum sentence of 5 years in federal prison. To receive the same sentence for powder cocaine, you would need to possess 500 grams. Let that sink in. The same drug, chemically speaking, crack is just cocaine in freebase form, carried sentences differing by a factor of 100 based on which form you possessed. The justification for this disparity was theoretically based on crack's greater addictiveness and the violence associated with crack markets. But the disparity's practical effect was profoundly racial. Crack was associated with black urban users, while powder cocaine was associated with white suburban and affluent users. The sentencing disparity meant that black crack users received sentences vastly harsher than white powder cocaine users for equivalent drug involvement. A black person caught with small amounts of crack faced years in federal prison, while a white person caught with much larger amounts of powder cocaine faced lighter sentences. The law was technically race-neutral. It mentioned crack and powder, not black and white, but its effects were anything but neutral. It codified racial disparity into federal law, ensuring that the drug war would disproportionately impact black communities. The mass incarceration that resulted from crack sentencing laws transformed American criminal justice and devastated already vulnerable communities. Between 1980 and 1996, the number of incarcerated drug offenders increased tenfold. By the 1990s, drug offences accounted for a huge percentage of federal prison population, and the majority of those inmates were black despite black people using drugs at similar rates to white people. Prison populations exploded, requiring massive prison construction programs and creating the prison industrial complex, private companies profiting from mass incarceration. Young black men were removed from communities in staggering numbers, creating gaps in families and neighborhoods. The collateral consequences of felony convictions, inability to vote, limited employment options, restricted housing access, ineligibility for educational assistance, meant that even after serving sentences, formerly incarcerated individuals face systematic barriers to reintegration. The intergenerational impact of mass incarceration compounded over time. Children who grew up with incarcerated parents faced elevated risks for their own incarceration. Families lost wage earners, destabilizing household economics. Communities lost entire generations of young men to prison, disrupting social networks and community institutions. The absence of fathers and male role models shaped childhood development. The cycle became self-perpetuating. Crack arrived in already disadvantaged communities. Addiction and dealing led to incarceration. Incarceration further destabilized communities. Destabilization made communities more vulnerable to drugs, and the cycle continued. Each iteration made breaking free harder. The crack epidemic wasn't just a drug crisis. It was a social catastrophe that reinforced and amplified existing racial inequalities. The enforcement of crack laws showed disparities beyond sentencing. Police focused resources on neighborhoods where crack was sold openly, rather than on suburban homes where powder cocaine was used privately. This meant that black crack users and dealers were far more likely to be arrested than white powder cocaine users. Policing strategies like stop and frisk, concentrated enforcement zones, and drug sweeps targeted urban minority neighborhoods specifically. A white college student snorting cocaine in their dorm room faced virtually no police contact, while a black teenager with crack on a street corner faced aggressive enforcement. The visibility of crack markets made them easy targets, while the privacy of powder cocaine use made it invisible to enforcement. Same drug, different delivery method, different enforcement intensity, different communities bearing the consequences. The crack epidemic also fundamentally altered urban geography and policy. Entire neighborhoods became identified with crack, the South Bronx, South Central Los Angeles, inner city Detroit, with reputations that persisted long after crack's peak had passed. Property values collapsed as crack took hold, while redlining and disinvestment that had created vulnerable conditions intensified. Cities implemented aggressive quality-of-life policing, broken windows theory, and zero-tolerance approaches that criminalized poverty while targeting minority communities. The criminal justice system expanded massively, consuming public resources that might otherwise have gone to education, healthcare, or economic development. The billions spent on incarceration represented investment decisions with profound opportunity costs for communities that needed resources for development, not punishment. The crack baby panic deserves particular examination because it illustrates how crack hysteria warped science and policy. Initial reports suggested that babies exposed to crack in utero would suffer permanent, irreversible damage, lower IQs, behavioral problems, inability to form attachments. These predictions were based on limited early studies and significant assumptions. Media ran with these findings sensationally, creating the crack baby myth that would follow affected children throughout their lives. Teachers expected crack-exposed children to be unteachable. Social workers expected permanent deficits. The label became self-fulfilling prophecy. Later longitudinal research revealed a more complex picture. While prenatal cocaine exposure does carry risks, the dramatic predictions proved overblown. Poverty, lack of prenatal care, and postnatal environment mattered as much or more than crack exposure itself. But by then, the narrative had been set, and a generation of children had been labelled and limited based on sensational science. The gender dimensions of crack's impact were severe and largely overlooked. Women who used crack faced particular vulnerabilities. Crack addiction led many women into sex work to fund their habits, exposing them to violence, exploitation, and disease. Women addicted to crack who became pregnant faced harsh judgment and increasingly punitive policy responses. States began prosecuting pregnant crack users for child abuse or endangerment, effectively criminalizing addiction among the most vulnerable population. These policies drove pregnant women away from healthcare, as seeking prenatal care risked criminal prosecution. The irony was that policies meant to protect fetuses actually worsened outcomes by discouraging healthcare access. Women caught between addiction and fear of prosecution often received neither treatment nor prenatal care, the worst possible outcome for both mother and child. Children in crack-affected neighborhoods experienced trauma that would shape their lives. They witnessed violence regularly. They had parents disappear, to addiction, to prison, or to death. They lost innocence at ages when childhood should be protected. Many were raised by grandparents or cycled through foster care systems. Educational achievement suffered as schools struggled to address students dealing with trauma, instability, and community upheaval. The school-to-prison pipeline, a term describing how school disciplinary policies feed into criminal justice involvement, was reinforced during the crack era. Children acting out due to trauma were disciplined harshly rather than supported, pushing them toward the same system that had taken their parents. The criminalization response to crack didn't just incarcerate a generation, it set up the next generation for similar fate. By the early 1990s, crack use began declining, though the reasons aren't entirely clear. Some suggest that communities, having witnessed crack's devastation firsthand, developed cultural antibodies. Young people saw what crack had done to older siblings and parents, and chose to avoid it. Others point to the violence associated with crack markets, which made the lifestyle less attractive. Still others note demographic shifts and changes in drug markets. Whatever the causes, crack use declined from its peak, though it never disappeared entirely. But the damage had been done. The mass incarceration continued because laws remained on books and sentences were still being served. The community devastation persisted because healing from such trauma takes generations. The policy frameworks established during the crack era continued shaping drug enforcement long after crack's peak passed. The comparison between crack and the more recent opioid epidemic reveals stark inequalities in American drug policy response. When opioids, particularly prescription painkillers and heroin, began devastating primarily white rural and suburban communities in the 2000s and 2010s, the policy response was markedly different. Opioid addiction was framed as a public health crisis, with calls for treatment, compassion, and understanding. Addicted individuals were portrayed as victims of pharmaceutical company malfeasance, not as moral failures. Law enforcement focused on drug companies and pill mills rather than users. Treatment options expanded, with medications like Suboxone and methadone promoted as evidence-based solutions. The contrast with crack response couldn't be sharper. White opioid users received compassion and treatment. Black crack users received criminalization and incarceration. Same category of problem, drug addiction devastating communities, but completely different responses based on who was affected. The 100.1 sentencing disparity remained federal law for nearly 25 years before reform came. In 2010, President Obama signed the Fair Sentencing Act, which reduced the disparity from 100.1 to 18-1. It was progress, but notably not equality. Crack still carries harsher sentences than powder cocaine for the same amounts. The law wasn't made retroactive initially, meaning thousands remained incarcerated under the old disparity. Some received reduced sentences through later reforms, but many served full terms under laws now acknowledged as unjust. The damage done during those 25 years, the lives lost to incarceration, the families separated, the communities destabilized, that damage doesn't reverse because a law changes. The effects compound over time, making recovery increasingly difficult. The legacy of the crack epidemic extends far beyond drug policy. It shaped criminal justice reform movements, with advocates pointing to crack sentencing as prime example of racist policy. It influenced debates about addiction and treatment as the failure of punitive approaches became increasingly evident. It informed discussions about systemic racism, providing clear documentation of how ostensibly race-neutral policies produce racially disparate outcomes. It transformed affected communities in ways still visible today: population losses, economic disadvantage, institutional mistrust. The crack epidemic wasn't just history, it's present reality for communities still recovering from its impact. For the coca leaf's journey, crack represents perhaps the furthest possible distance from original context. The sacred leaf that Andean peoples chewed for spiritual connection and physical sustenance had been transformed into smokable rock sold on urban corners for a few dollars, consumed by desperate addicts chasing brief euphoria, and used by policymakers as justification for mass incarceration of black populations. Every step from Andean mountain to inner-city crack house had removed context, concentrated effects, and amplified harm. The indigenous communities who had maintained respectful relationship with coca for 8,000 years could not have imagined this outcome, nor would they have recognized their sacred plant in the crack rocks destroying communities on the other side of the world. The crack epidemic also revealed uncomfortable truths about American society's relationship with drugs, race, and poverty. The same nation that had celebrated cocaine as sophisticated entertainment for wealthy whites panicked when that cocaine reached poor black neighborhoods in different form. The drug itself was chemically the same. The difference was who was using it, where they were using it, and how visible that use was. Crack's devastation was real and shouldn't be minimized, but the response to that devastation revealed more about racial bias than about evidence-based policymaking. A public health approach, treatment, harm reduction, addressing underlying poverty and trauma, might have saved lives and communities. Instead, the criminal justice approach, incarceration, punishment, aggressive enforcement, destroyed them further. As we close this difficult chapter, we're confronting crack's devastating legacy while recognizing that cocaine's story continues. The crack epidemic peaked and declined, but cocaine trafficking evolved, Mexican cartels rose to dominance, and new challenges emerged. The mass incarceration era spawned criminal justice reform movements still active today. The racial disparities exposed by crack response remain central to ongoing policy debates. The communities devastated by crack are still recovering, still dealing with intergenerational trauma, still fighting for resources and recognition. The crack epidemic wasn't just an episode in cocaine's history. It was a transformative moment for American criminal justice, urban policy, and race relations whose effects continue reverberating. Coming up, we'll explore how cocaine trafficking shifted as Colombian cartels fell and Mexican organizations rose to dominance, bringing new levels of violence and sophistication. The drug trade's evolution continues, shaped by market dynamics, policy responses, and criminal innovation. But for tonight, sit with this heavy chapter. The crack epidemic is perhaps cocaine's most tragic transformation, where a simple chemical change made already devastating substance accessible to vulnerable populations, and where policy responses amplified rather than reduced harm. The Sacred Leaf's journey had reached a particularly dark chapter, and the consequences would be felt for generations. Rest as well as you can after this sobering history, and I'll see you next time when we watch cocaine's trajectory shift again, as Mexican cartels take center stage in the trafficking narrative. The story continues, though tonight we pause to honor the lives and communities damaged along the way. So we've watched Colombian cartels build cocaine empires of unprecedented scale and brutality, only to see those empires crumble under combined pressure from law enforcement and their own internal contradictions. Pablo Escobar is dead, the Cali cartel leadership is imprisoned, and Colombia is slowly recovering from decades of narco-violence. End of story, right? Cocaine trafficking is finished, the good guys won, everyone can relax. If only. Because here's what actually happened. The cocaine business didn't end when Colombian cartels fell. It just relocated its headquarters. And the people who took over weren't newcomers to the game. They were the Mexican organizations that had been quietly handling logistics for Colombians, learning the business from the inside and biding their time. When Colombian power collapsed, these former subcontractors executed what might be the most successful corporate takeover in criminal history, transforming themselves from trucking companies to the CEOs of the entire operation. Welcome to the era of Mexican cartel dominance, where the cocaine trade became even more violent, more profitable, and more deeply embedded in national governance than anything Escobar could have imagined. To understand how Mexico became cocaine's new command center, we need to look back at the relationship between Colombian and Mexican traffickers during the cartel heyday. In the 1970s and 1980s, when Medellin and Cali were running the show, they needed ways to get their product into the United States. The Caribbean route had been productive, but increasing American interdiction in Florida waters made it riskier. Colombian traffickers looked for alternatives and found Mexican criminals already established in drug smuggling, primarily marijuana and heroin. These Mexican organizations knew the border intimately, every crossing point, every corrupt official, every vulnerable section of fence. They had been moving contraband north for generations. The Colombians proposed a partnership. Mexicans would receive Colombian cocaine and transport it across the US-Mexico border, earning a fee for their services, typically around $1,000 to $500 per kilogram transported. It seemed like a good deal for both sides. Colombians got reliable transportation, Mexicans got steady income without having to manage production or South American operations. Classic outsourcing of logistics functions. Initially, Mexican organizations were perfectly content with this arrangement. They were making solid money moving Colombian product without the risks and complexity of running the entire operation. But something interesting happened as the relationship developed. Mexican traffickers began demanding payment in product rather than cash. Instead of taking what of $500 per kilogram transported, they wanted a percentage of the shipment itself, perhaps 30 to 50% of the cocaine they moved. This seemingly minor change in compensation structure would have profound consequences. Suddenly, Mexican organizations weren't just transporters earning fees, they were owners of cocaine inventory. They had product to sell, and with product comes profit margins far exceeding transportation fees. A kilogram of cocaine that cost perhaps $2,000 in Colombia could be sold wholesale in Mexico for $10,000 and retail in the United States for $30,000 or more. The Mexicans were no longer trucking companies, they were becoming distributors with their own stake in the final sale. The transformation accelerated as Colombian cartels weakened. When Escobar was hunted and killed in 1993, when Cali leadership was systematically captured in the mid-1990s, the power vacuum was enormous. Colombian trafficking didn't stop, but it fragmented into smaller organizations without the infrastructure or international reach of the old cartels. These smaller Colombian groups still produced cocaine. They controlled coca cultivation and processing, but they lacked the ability to move product globally with the same efficiency. Mexican organizations, who had spent years learning the business, developing US distribution networks, and accumulating capital, stepped into the gap. They didn't just continue transporting. They began dictating terms to Colombian suppliers. The relationship inverted. Where once Colombians had hired Mexicans as subcontractors, now Mexicans were the primary buyers, purchasing cocaine from fragmented Colombian producers and controlling the lucrative northward supply chain. The apprentices had become the masters. The geography that made Mexico valuable for transportation also made it ideal for cartel domination. The US-Mexico border stretches nearly 2,000 miles, with multiple major crossing points handling billions of dollars in legitimate trade daily. Hiding cocaine shipments among legal commerce is far easier than flying it through Caribbean airspace or sailing it past Coast Guard vessels. Additionally, Mexico's location meant that drugs could be staged, stored, and controlled right up to the final crossing into the world's largest cocaine market. Colombian traffickers had to coordinate across thousands of miles of ocean and foreign territory. Mexican traffickers were operating in their backyard, with intimate knowledge of terrain, politics, and society. The competitive advantage was enormous and structural, built into geography itself. Several major Mexican criminal organizations emerged to dominate this new era, each controlling different territories and border crossing points. The Sinaloa cartel, based in the Pacific coast state of Sinaloa, became perhaps the most successful and certainly the most famous, largely due to its longtime leader Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. The Tijuana cartel controlled crossing points into California. The Juarez cartel dominated the crucial El Paso crossing. The Gulf cartel held territory along the Texas border. Each organization functioned like a regional monopoly, controlling drug flows through specific corridors and defending those territories against rivals. The arrangement was almost feudal. Territorial control meant economic power, and conflicts over territory meant war. The Sinaloa cartel's trajectory exemplifies the Mexican rise to dominance. Founded in the late 1980s, the organization grew from regional marijuana and heroin trafficking into the world's largest drug trafficking syndicate. Under El Chapo's leadership, Sinaloa expanded aggressively, taking over rival territories, establishing production relationships directly with Colombian and Peruvian coca growers, and building distribution networks that extended throughout the United States and into Europe and Australia. El Chapo became a figure of near mythological status in Mexico. A poor rural kid who had built an empire, evaded capture repeatedly, and thumbed his nose at both Mexican and American authorities. His 2001 escape from a maximum security prison, reportedly in a laundry cart, only enhanced his legend. His recapture and second escape in 2015, this time through a mile-long tunnel that ended directly under his shower, was almost comical in its audacity. The tunnel had lighting, ventilation, and a motorcycle on rails for transporting him. That a maximum security prisoner could have such a tunnel constructed beneath his cell without authorities noticing tells you everything about cartel capabilities and institutional corruption. The violence that accompanied Mexican cartel expansion made Colombian cartel wars look almost restrained by comparison. When Mexican organizations fought for territory, they didn't just kill rivals, they tortured, dismembered, and displayed bodies as messages. Headless corpses appeared on highways. Bodies were dissolved in acid. Massacres of dozens of people became grimly routine. The violence wasn't random or irrational, it was strategic, designed to terrorize opponents and demonstrate power. Rival cartels, government officials who wouldn't cooperate, journalists investigating too closely, even innocent civilians who happened to be in wrong places, all became targets. Cities like Ciudad Juarez, Tijuana, and Monterrey experienced murder rates that exceeded declared war zones. At its peak, the drug war in Mexico was killing more people annually than conflicts in Iraq or Afghanistan. Yet because it wasn't officially a war, it received less international attention than its death toll warranted. The cartels developed military capabilities that rivaled or exceeded Mexican government forces in some regions. They recruited from military and police, sometimes hiring entire units with their training and weapons. They purchased weapons, assault rifles, grenades, rocket-propelled grenades, from various sources including American gun stores where weapons regulations were less strict. Some cartels established training camps where recruits learned military tactics. The Zetas, originally a cartel enforcer group, were founded by former Mexican Special Forces soldiers who brought military discipline and tactics to criminal enterprise. They were so effective that other cartels hired their own military-trained enforcers in response. The result was an arms race where criminal organizations possessed firepower that local and sometimes even federal police couldn't match. In confrontations, police were frequently outgunned. The corruption necessary to run these operations penetrated Mexican government at every level. Local police were almost uniformly corrupted or intimidated into cooperation. State police fared little better. Federal agencies had cartel infiltrators. Politicians accepted campaign contributions that came with expectations. Judges faced the same plata o plomo choice that Colombian officials had faced: take money and cooperate or face violence. The corruption wasn't occasional or marginal, it was structural and systematic. In some regions, the cartel was effectively the government, providing services the state didn't: security, dispute resolution, economic opportunities. This created the phenomenon sometimes called the narco-state, where criminal organizations wield governmental power, either by corrupting official institutions or by replacing them entirely in certain territories. The concept of parallel governance is crucial for understanding modern Mexican cartels. In areas they control, cartels function as alternative governments. They tax businesses through protection payments. They resolve disputes between citizens. They provide employment through their various enterprises. They build infrastructure like roads and bridges. They fund social programs, schools, and churches. This isn't altruism, it's strategic legitimacy building. When the state fails to provide security or services, and the cartel steps in to fill that gap, community loyalty shifts. People may not love the cartel, but they may depend on it more than on a distant and ineffective government. This dynamic makes cartel power extraordinarily difficult to dislodge. You're not just fighting a criminal organization, you're fighting an alternative social structure that has embedded itself into community life. The narco corridos, folk ballads celebrating cartel leaders and traffickers, reflect this cultural embedding. These songs, performed in traditional Mexican musical styles, glorify cartel figures as Robin Hood characters, poor men who rose against a corrupt system and provided for their communities. The songs celebrate violence, defiance of authority, and cartel loyalty. They're played on radio stations, performed at concerts, and stream on platforms globally. That an entire musical genre celebrates drug traffickers indicates how normalized cartel culture has become in certain regions. Young people grow up hearing these songs, seeing cartel members as successful figures, and viewing trafficking as a viable career path. The cultural normalization reinforces the structural integration, making cartels not just criminal organizations but cultural institutions. The Mexican government's response to cartel power has oscillated between accommodation and confrontation, with neither approach proving particularly successful. During the 2000s, President Felipe Calderón launched a military offensive against cartels, deploying tens of thousands of troops to drug-affected regions. The result was increased violence, as cartels fought back and conflicts between rival organizations intensified. The military approach created more instability than it resolved. When Andrés Manuel López Obrador took power in 2018, he proclaimed a different approach, summarized by the phrase, "hugs not bullets," suggesting social programs and economic development rather than military force. But cartels continued operating regardless of rhetorical shifts in Mexico City. The fundamental problem remains: cartels are deeply embedded in society and economy. They possess resources rivaling state forces, and they fulfill functions that weak state institutions cannot. Without addressing those underlying structural issues, neither bullets nor hugs seem particularly effective. The 2019 Culiacan confrontation provides a stark illustration of cartel power relative to government. In October of that year, Mexican security forces attempted to arrest Ovidio Guzman Lopez, son of the imprisoned El Chapo and a rising figure in the Sinaloa cartel. The arrest operation quickly went sideways when Sinaloa cartel gunmen mobilized throughout the city of Culiacan in response. Suddenly, the state capital was experiencing urban warfare. Cartel members in armored vehicles with mounted weapons roamed streets. They established roadblocks throughout the city. They burned vehicles to control traffic flow. They attacked military installations. They seized family members of soldiers as hostages. The firepower and coordination displayed was remarkable. Hundreds of armed fighters mobilized within minutes, deploying military tactics with precision that suggested extensive planning for exactly such contingencies. The Mexican government, facing a situation where releasing a video was humiliating but continuing the operation risked massive civilian casualties, chose humiliation. They released a video. Let that sink in. The Mexican government arrested a major cartel figure, was met with overwhelming military force by the cartel, and was forced to let him go. The scenes from Culiacan that day showed armed cartel members celebrating in streets while government forces retreated. The government initially claimed they had released a video to avoid civilian bloodshed, which was true but incomplete. The fuller truth was that the Sinaloa cartel had demonstrated capability to effectively besiege a major Mexican city, and had done so convincingly enough that the government backed down. If you need evidence of narco-state dynamics, Culiacan 2019 provides it starkly. The cartel was more powerful in that moment than the government, and everyone could see it. The Culiacan siege wasn't unique, just unusually visible. Similar dynamics play out throughout Mexico regularly, just typically without the same media attention. Cartels control territory, challenge government authority, and often prevail in confrontations. The difference in Culiacan was the scale and the urban setting. This wasn't a rural skirmish, but a battle in a state capital. The incident forced Mexicans and international observers to confront uncomfortable realities about power distribution in Mexico. The government's humiliation was painful, but arguably the right choice given the alternative of potential massacre. Yet the long-term implications of governmental capitulation to cartel force are troubling for Mexican sovereignty and rule of law. A video was eventually recaptured in 2023, in an operation that again triggered cartel violence, but this time succeeded. The government had clearly learned from 2019 and prepared more thoroughly. But the 2023 operation still resulted in significant violence, multiple deaths, and disruption. Each major cartel arrest seems to require small-scale warfare, which itself illustrates the state of cartel-government relations. These aren't police operations against criminals, they're military engagements against rival powers. And each conflict further embeds violence and cartel influence into Mexican society. The economic scale of Mexican cartel operations is staggering. Conservative estimates suggest that Mexican cartels earn between $19 to $29 billion annually from drug sales to the United States alone. Add in their expansion into other criminal activities, extortion, kidnapping, oil theft, human smuggling, avocado farming control, and revenues increase substantially. The Sinaloa cartel alone may have revenues exceeding the GDP of some small nations. This money flows into Mexican economy through various channels: real estate purchases, business investments, lavish spending by cartel members, employment of thousands in trafficking operations. In regions where legitimate economic opportunities are limited, cartel money represents a significant portion of local economy. People depend on cartel-derived income even if they're not directly involved in trafficking. This economic integration makes dismantling cartels incredibly difficult. You're not just eliminating crime, you're potentially devastating local economies. The diversification of cartel activities beyond drugs merits attention. While cocaine remains primary revenue source, cartels have expanded into virtually any profitable illegal or grey market activity. They control human smuggling operations, bringing migrants north, charging thousands of dollars per person. They've muscled into legal industries through extortion. In some regions, any business operating pays cartel taxes. They've taken control of agricultural industries, particularly avocados in Michoacán, which became so valuable that cartels control cultivation, pricing, and export. They steal oil from government pipelines, refine it, and sell it, losing the government billions in revenue while generating cartel profits. They manufacture synthetic drugs like fentanyl, which has become increasingly important as opioid markets shifted. The cartels are conglomerates now, with drugs as their core business but with diversified portfolios that provide multiple revenue streams and economic resilience. The fentanyl development is particularly consequential. As Mexican cartels controlled cocaine supply chains, they recognized opportunity in America's opioid crisis. Fentanyl, a synthetic opioid vastly more potent than heroin, could be manufactured in labs using precursor chemicals imported from China. No coca plants needed, no dependency on South American producers. Mexican cartels began producing fentanyl and fentanyl-laced heroin, expanding into a market they could control from production to distribution. The result has been devastating. Fentanyl overdoses have killed hundreds of thousands of Americans, far exceeding cocaine's death toll. But that's another chapter. For our cocaine story, the point is that Mexican cartels have evolved beyond single-product dependency, becoming diversified criminal enterprises with cocaine as major but not sole revenue source. The relationship between United States policy and Mexican cartel power is complicated and often contradictory. America demands that Mexico control drug trafficking, yet American demand for drugs creates the market that makes trafficking profitable. American weapons, purchased legally in border states with loose gun laws, flow south to armed cartels. American money laundering laws, while substantial, haven't prevented billions in drug money from entering the US. Financial system. The solutions America proposes, more interdiction, more arrests, more military assistance, have proven largely ineffective. Meanwhile, American drug policy that criminalizes users rather than treating addiction ensures steady demand that cartels happily supply. The United States plays both sides, condemning drug trafficking while enabling it through demand, weapons supply, and insufficient attention to money flows. Mexico's position is equally uncomfortable. The government condemns cartels publicly while tolerating them in practice. Previous administrations negotiated informal arrangements where certain cartels operated with less interference in exchange for controlling violence or cooperating against rivals. These arrangements, while pragmatic in preventing worse violence, essentially acknowledged cartel legitimacy. Current government rhetoric emphasizes different approaches but faces similar constraints. The fundamental power imbalance, cartels with billions in resources, military capabilities, and social integration, limits governmental options. Full-scale war against cartels risks massive casualties and uncertain outcomes. Accommodation lets cartels continue operating and strengthens their position. Neither approach offers a clear path forward. For ordinary Mexican citizens, living under cartel influence means navigating complex and often dangerous terrain. In many regions, people follow unspoken rules about not discussing cartel activities, not photographing certain areas, and paying extortion when demanded. Journalists investigating cartels face extreme risk. Mexico is one of the world's most dangerous countries for reporters. Local politicians in cartel territories must balance governmental duties with cartel expectations. Teachers, doctors, and other public servants work in systems where cartel influence shapes what's possible. For young people in cartel territories, the organization may represent primary employment opportunity and social status pathway. The normalization of cartel presence shapes daily decisions, career choices, and life possibilities in ways that outsiders rarely appreciate. The cultural impact extends beyond economics. Narco-aesthetics, flashy cars, designer clothes, ostentatious jewelry, armed bodyguards, have become aspirational symbols in some communities. Narco-architecture, with its distinctive mansions featuring extreme security measures and gaudy decoration, dots certain landscapes. Religious practices have evolved to include patron saints of drug traffickers. Jesus Malverde, known as the Generous Bandit, is venerated by traffickers seeking supernatural protection. Santa Muerte, the folk saint of death, has strong cartel connections. These religious adaptations indicate how deeply cartel culture has penetrated Mexican life, creating spiritual frameworks that accommodate trafficking lifestyles. What was criminal deviance has become, in certain regions, cultural mainstream. The implications for cocaine's journey are significant. Where Colombian cartels had operated largely outside mainstream Colombian society, criminals fighting against the state, Mexican cartels have integrated themselves into society in ways that make them hard to combat. Pablo Escobar was a criminal, however wealthy and powerful. Mexican cartel leaders are often influential community figures who've embedded their organizations into social and economic fabric. The violence is worse, the corruption deeper, the integration more thorough. The cocaine trade has evolved from illicit business to alternative governance structure, from criminal enterprise to socio-economic system. Each evolution makes the problem more intractable and the solutions less clear. The coca leaf's journey has thus taken another dark turn. The sacred Andean plant, already transformed into chemical compound and criminal commodity, now funds organizations that function as parallel governments, commanding military forces and challenging state sovereignty. The distance from Andean mountaintop to Mexican narco-state is measured not just in miles but in meaning, from spiritual reverence to criminal governance. Each transformation has amplified destructive potential, while further removing any contextual restraint. The indigenous Andean farmer chewing coca leaves to survive altitude has nothing in common with the Mexican cartel boss commanding armed forces and corrupting national institutions, yet they're connected through the same plant, the same alkaloid, the same human appetite for altered consciousness. As we close this chapter on Mexican cartel ascendance, we're witnessing cocaine's most politically complex phase. The substance that began as sacred leaf became colonial commodity, Victorian medicine, prohibited substance, and cartel product has now become foundation for narco-state power. The challenges this presents go far beyond drug policy. They touch on governance, sovereignty, economic development, and social structure. Addressing Mexican cartel power requires addressing why communities tolerate them, why economies depend on them, and why governmental institutions have failed badly enough that criminal organizations fill the gap. These are questions without easy answers, requiring solutions that go far beyond interdiction or enforcement. Coming next, we'll explore cocaine's global expansion and the new threats emerging, including the dangerous contamination of cocaine with fentanyl that's turning the party drug into inadvertent Russian roulette. The Mexican era continues, but new developments keep emerging as cocaine trade evolves constantly. But for tonight, rest with this understanding. The cocaine trade hasn't been defeated or contained. It's adapted and evolved, becoming more powerful and more integrated into society with each iteration. The cartels that control it now aren't just criminals, they're power structures that rival governments. And that evolution makes finding solutions infinitely more complex than simply enforcing laws or interdicting shipments. Sleep as well as you can after this heavy material. The coca leaf's journey gets no lighter, but understanding its trajectory helps us grasp the complexity of problems we face. Tomorrow we'll see how this story extends globally and what new dangers are emerging. For now, appreciate that you've just learned about one of the most significant power shifts in criminal history, the Mexican rise to cocaine dominance and its implications for governance, society, and the ongoing human relationship with this troublesome plant. Stay cozy, stay informed, and I'll catch you in the final chapter where we explore cocaine's present and its increasingly dangerous future. So we've traced cocaine from sacred Andean leaf through Victorian pharmacy to Colombian cartel product to Mexican narco-state foundation, and you might think we've covered the full geographic scope of this story. But cocaine, like any ambitious commodity in the global economy, isn't content with just one major market. The United States has long been cocaine's primary destination, consuming vast quantities and generating enormous profits for traffickers. But here's the thing about markets: they saturate. Competition intensifies. Profit margins get squeezed. Smart business operators, even illegal ones, diversify. And so cocaine has expanded its footprint, with Europe emerging as a major and growing market, complete with its own trafficking networks, criminal organizations, and expanding consumer base. Meanwhile, the cocaine that users are purchasing has become increasingly dangerous as cross-contamination with fentanyl turns what some consider a party drug into potentially lethal gamble. And far from the nightclubs of London or the streets of Berlin, the Amazon rainforest is being destroyed to feed global cocaine demand. Welcome to cocaine's present moment: globalized distribution, deadly contamination, and environmental catastrophe, all stemming from that same alkaloid isolated in a German laboratory over 160 years ago. Let's start with Europe, because the expansion of cocaine into European markets represents one of the most significant shifts in global drug trafficking over the past 2 decades. For much of cocaine's modern history, Europe was secondary market, important, but nowhere near the scale of American consumption. Europeans certainly used cocaine, but availability was limited and prices were high, making it truly a drug of the elite. That's changed dramatically. European cocaine consumption has skyrocketed since the 2000s, with countries like the United Kingdom, Spain, Belgium, and the Netherlands showing particularly high usage rates. Some estimates suggest that Europe now rivals North America in cocaine consumption, and in certain cities, particularly London, per capita cocaine use exceeds major American cities. The reasons for this expansion are multiple: increased supply from Colombian and Mexican producers seeking new markets, improved trafficking logistics, growing European affluence, and cultural normalization of cocaine use in certain social contexts. The trafficking routes that supply European cocaine differ significantly from those supplying America, and understanding these routes reveals fascinating geopolitical and criminal dynamics. The primary pathway runs through West Africa, countries like Guinea-Bissau, Ghana, Guinea, and Senegal before crossing to Europe. This route developed because of geography and vulnerability. South American cocaine needs to cross the Atlantic to reach Europe, and West African countries provide convenient waypoints. Many of these nations have weak governmental institutions, underpaid or poorly trained law enforcement, porous borders, and significant corruption. They're ideal for traffickers who need staging areas where they can store cocaine, consolidate shipments, and prepare for the final leg into Europe. Colombian and increasingly Venezuelan cocaine arrives in West Africa by boat or small aircraft, is warehoused and reorganized, then shipped northward to Europe by various methods. The impact on West African nations has been severe and underreported. Guinea-Bissau, a tiny country with a GDP smaller than many individual companies, became so thoroughly penetrated by drug trafficking that it earned the label narco-state, the first in Africa. Military and government officials were directly involved in trafficking. The country's international airport was sometimes used exclusively for drug flights. Police and military protected shipments rather than interdicting them. The corruption was so complete that the drug trade essentially captured state institutions. Other West African countries, while perhaps less thoroughly compromised than Guinea-Bissau, have experienced similar problems: corruption spreading, violence associated with trafficking, governmental authority undermined by criminal money. These are countries that were already struggling with poverty, underdevelopment, and governmental weakness, and drug trafficking has made everything worse. The cocaine pipeline to Europe runs through some of the world's poorest nations, extracting stability while depositing corruption. Once cocaine reaches West Africa, it moves to Europe through various channels. Some goes by boat, hidden in shipping containers among the millions that arrive at European ports daily. Rotterdam in the Netherlands and Antwerp in Belgium have become major cocaine entry points, handling enormous volumes of cargo with detection rates that favour traffickers. The sheer scale of legitimate commerce through these ports makes comprehensive inspection impossible. Other cocaine travels on smaller vessels directly to Spanish or Portuguese coasts. Some moves by air through both commercial flights and private aircraft. The diversity of methods mirrors what we saw with Mexican cartels: constant innovation to evade interdiction, multiple redundant pathways so that closing one doesn't stop the flow. European law enforcement faces the same challenges American authorities do. You're trying to find a needle in a haystack, except the haystack is enormous, and the needle generators keep inventing new hiding places. The criminal organizations controlling European cocaine distribution represent some of the world's most sophisticated and ruthless. The 'Ndrangheta, the Calabrian mafia from southern Italy, has emerged as perhaps the dominant force in European cocaine trafficking. Unlike their more famous cousins, the Sicilian Cosa Nostra, the 'Ndrangheta operated in relative obscurity for decades, their power underestimated by law enforcement. They used this obscurity strategically, building global networks while attention focused elsewhere. The 'Ndrangheta's structure, based on blood family ties with decentralized cells operating semi-autonomously, proved remarkably resilient and adaptable. They established relationships with Colombian and Mexican suppliers, secured routes through West Africa, developed distribution networks throughout Europe, and accumulated vast wealth. Italian authorities estimate that 'Ndrangheta revenues exceed $50 billion annually, rivaling major legitimate corporations. They've invested their drug profits into legitimate businesses across Europe: restaurants, hotels, construction companies, laundering money while embedding themselves in legal economy. The 'Ndrangheta's reach extends far beyond Italy. They operate cells in Germany, Spain, the Netherlands, Belgium, and countries across Europe. They've established presence in Canada, Australia, and South America. Their network is truly global, spanning continents and coordinating shipments worth billions. Law enforcement operations have revealed their sophistication: encrypted communications, complex financial structures, sophisticated concealment methods, and disciplined operational security. They're not street corner dealers. They're multinational criminal entrepreneurs who happen to deal in cocaine rather than commodities. The organization's power means that European cocaine markets are increasingly consolidated under their control or that of their partners, with smaller criminal groups being absorbed or eliminated. Just as Colombian cartels once dominated and Mexican cartels rose to prominence, the Ndrangheta represents the next evolution in cocaine trafficking, sophisticated organized crime with global reach and corporate-level organization. Other criminal organizations compete for European cocaine market share. Albanian organized crime groups have become increasingly powerful, controlling significant portions of cocaine distribution, particularly in the United Kingdom and Scandinavia. Moroccan trafficking networks operate on European borders, leveraging geographic proximity and cultural ties. Dutch and Belgian criminals serve as important middlemen given their country's port access. Balkan criminal groups, Eastern European organizations, and various other networks all play roles in getting cocaine from South American production through African waypoints into European consumption. The criminal ecosystem is complex, with cooperation and competition coexisting, alliances forming and dissolving based on profit opportunities. It's global criminal capitalism, with cocaine as the commodity and Europe as the growth market. The European cocaine market has distinct characteristics compared to the American market. Cocaine in Europe often carries higher price points than in America, sometimes 50 to 100% more expensive per gram, which maintains its association with affluence. It's marketed and perceived as a high-end drug, consumed at expensive clubs, by professionals, and in contexts associated with success and sophistication. This perception persists despite evidence that cocaine use has spread across economic classes in many European cities. The drug's image as champagne of drugs endures in Europe more strongly than in America, where crack's association with poverty and urban decay tainted cocaine's glamorous reputation. In European clubs and parties, cocaine remains associated with exclusivity and luxury, a perception that traffickers deliberately cultivate because it supports premium pricing. The purity of cocaine reaching Europe has generally increased over recent years, which might sound positive but actually signals concerning market dynamics. Higher purity means stronger doses, greater addiction potential, and increased health risks. European cocaine often tests at higher purity than American street cocaine, sometimes exceeding 70 to 80% pure compared to American cocaine that might be 40 to 60% after multiple cuts. This purity reflects shorter supply chains. Less handling means fewer cutting opportunities, sophisticated trafficking by groups like Ndrangheta, who maintain product quality, and market competition where higher purity commands premium prices. Users accustomed to certain dosages suddenly receiving higher purity product risk overdose, a pattern that has contributed to increasing cocaine-related deaths across Europe. The environmental monitoring of cocaine use through wastewater analysis provides fascinating data on European consumption patterns. Scientists test sewage systems in major cities, measuring cocaine metabolites to estimate community-wide drug use. The results consistently show enormous consumption. Cities like London, Barcelona, Amsterdam, and Brussels show high traces of cocaine metabolites, indicating widespread use. These studies provide objective data beyond surveys and self-reporting, and they consistently show that European cocaine use is substantial and growing. Weekend spikes in metabolites indicate recreational use patterns, while consistent levels suggest daily users. The sewage doesn't lie. Europe is consuming vast quantities of cocaine, and the amounts keep increasing. Now let's turn to one of the most frightening developments in cocaine's contemporary story: contamination with fentanyl and other synthetic opioids. This development has transformed cocaine from a drug with known and manageable risks into something approaching Russian roulette with death. Fentanyl, a synthetic opioid approximately 50 to 100 times more potent than morphine, has devastated American opioid users over the past decade, causing tens of thousands of overdose deaths annually. But fentanyl's presence in the cocaine supply was initially puzzling to researchers and law enforcement. Cocaine is a stimulant, fentanyl is an opioid depressant. They're not natural companions. Why would fentanyl appear in cocaine? Several factors explain the contamination. First, much fentanyl and cocaine now travels through the same trafficking networks, particularly Mexican cartels that have diversified into synthetic opioid production. When drugs are processed, packaged, or transported using shared equipment and spaces, cross-contamination occurs. A table where fentanyl was packaged retains traces that transfer to cocaine packaged on the same surface. Scales, measuring equipment, packaging materials, all can retain fentanyl residue sufficient to cause overdose when the contaminated cocaine is consumed. Fentanyl is so potent that microscopic amounts can be fatal, meaning even minimal contamination poses deadly risks. This accidental contamination has likely caused thousands of deaths among cocaine users who had no idea they were consuming opioids. But contamination isn't always accidental. Some evidence suggests intentional adulteration, though motivations remain debated. One theory: dealers add fentanyl to create more intense product that increases repeat customers. Another theory: the opioid rush combined with cocaine stimulation creates a specific high that some users prefer. Still another theory: it's purely about economics, with cheap fentanyl stretching expensive cocaine further. Whatever the motivation, the result is that cocaine users, many of whom specifically avoid opioids and have no opioid tolerance, suddenly receive doses of one of the world's most potent opioids. Opioid-naive individuals can overdose on fentanyl amounts that barely register as visible. Just a few grains equal to a few salt crystals can be lethal. Cocaine users expecting a stimulant high instead experience opioid overdose, respiratory depression, and death. The glamorous party drug has become potentially lethal with every use, and users have no way to know if their particular purchase is contaminated. The overdose spike from fentanyl-contaminated cocaine has been dramatic and tragic. Emergency rooms report cocaine overdoses that present like opioid overdoses, confusing medical staff unfamiliar with the contamination problem. Deaths among cocaine users with no history of opioid use puzzle investigators until toxicology reveals fentanyl presence. The demographics of these deaths include people who thought they were being relatively safe by avoiding opioids, choosing cocaine as their recreational substance precisely because they perceived it as less dangerous than heroin or pills. These weren't people seeking opioid highs, they were victims of contaminated supply chains. The randomness is particularly cruel. One batch might be clean while the next contains lethal fentanyl doses. Users have no way to know until they've consumed the product, at which point it may be too late. Harm reduction organizations have responded by distributing fentanyl test strips, which allow users to test substances before consumption. These strips detect fentanyl presence, potentially saving lives. But the strips have limitations. They require users to actually test their drugs, which not all do. They can give false negatives if fentanyl is unevenly distributed in a batch. They don't detect all synthetic opioids. And in some jurisdictions, possessing test strips can be prosecuted as drug paraphernalia, making harm reduction itself illegal. The policy absurdity is striking. Tools that could prevent overdose deaths are criminalized while the substances causing deaths remain readily available illegally. Still, test strip distribution and naloxone availability, the opioid overdose reversal drug, have saved lives, though these interventions are band-aids on a hemorrhaging wound. The fentanyl contamination problem reflects broader supply chain issues in illegal drug markets. Unlike pharmaceutical production with quality control and regulation, illegal drugs have no standards, no testing, no accountability. Users are entirely dependent on criminal suppliers who have no incentive for safety beyond maintaining customer base. And even that incentive is weakened when addiction ensures customers keep coming regardless of risk. The cocaine user in a London nightclub trusts their life to supply chain integrity, maintained by Ndrangheta traffickers, West African middlemen, and Colombian producers, none of whom face consequences for contamination or adulterations. It's the ultimate unregulated market, and unregulated markets tend toward harm when profit maximization is sole motivation. The sophistication of trafficking networks contrasts starkly with their indifference to consumer safety. These are corporations that have optimized everything except not accidentally killing their customers. Beyond fentanyl contamination, contemporary cocaine contains various adulterants that pose health risks. Levamisole, a veterinary deworming medication, is commonly found in cocaine, possibly added during production because it enhances cocaine's effects or because it passes simple purity tests. But levamisole causes serious immune system damage, particularly destroying white blood cells and causing severe skin necrosis. Cocaine users have developed horrific skin conditions, losing noses and facial tissue to levamisole-related vasculitis. Other adulterants include lidocaine, benzocaine, phenacetin, a banned painkiller, and various cutting agents that bulk up product while introducing their own toxicities. The cocaine user in 2024 isn't just consuming cocaine, they're consuming whatever cocktail of chemicals their particular supply chain has introduced. It's like ordering food at a restaurant where the chef randomly adds toxic ingredients to some dishes but not others. Bon appétit. The environmental catastrophe accompanying global cocaine production deserves attention because it rarely receives proportional coverage. Cocaine production is ecologically devastating, and much of that devastation occurs in one of Earth's most important and vulnerable ecosystems, the Amazon rainforest. Coca cultivation, particularly in Colombia where production has increased despite decades of eradication efforts, requires clearing forest land. While coca traditionally grew in Andean highlands, expanding production has pushed cultivation into Amazon regions where forest must be cleared for planting. Each hectare of coca cultivation means hectares of rainforest destroyed, the biodiverse ecosystem replaced by coca monoculture. Given that hundreds of thousands of hectares are under coca cultivation, the deforestation is substantial. But cultivation is just beginning of environmental damage. Processing coca leaves into cocaine requires chemicals: gasoline, sulfuric acid, acetone, ammonia, potassium permanganate. These chemicals, used in jungle laboratories with no waste disposal systems, are simply dumped when processing is complete. The toxic waste flows into rivers, poisoning water supplies, killing aquatic life, and contaminating ecosystems for miles downstream. Indigenous communities depending on these rivers for drinking water and fishing find their waterways poisoned. Fish die. Crops irrigated with contaminated water fail. Health problems emerge among populations exposed to these chemicals. The jungle labs aren't environmentally regulated facilities. They're improvised operations where convenience trumps all other concerns. When one lab is discovered, operators simply move and establish another, leaving toxic legacy behind. The eradication efforts intended to reduce coca cultivation have created their own environmental problems. Aerial fumigation with herbicides like glyphosate has been used extensively, particularly by Colombian government with American support. The idea was to spray coca fields and destroy crops, reducing cocaine production at source. But herbicides don't discriminate. They destroy legitimate food crops alongside coca, contaminate water supplies, and potentially cause health problems for people exposed. Farmers whose legal crops were destroyed by fumigation faced economic devastation and understandably blamed the government more than the coca growers. The fumigation campaigns were environmentally destructive, socially damaging, politically counterproductive, and largely ineffective at reducing overall coca production. They've been scaled back but not eliminated entirely. The carbon footprint of cocaine trafficking also merits consideration. Moving cocaine from South American jungle labs to European and American consumers requires enormous transportation networks. Small aircraft, boats, vehicles, and all their fuel consumption generate substantial carbon emissions. The processing itself is energy intensive. The deforestation releases stored carbon. If cocaine trafficking were a legitimate industry, it would likely rank among the more polluting ones, yet it exists entirely outside any environmental regulation or carbon accounting. The ecological cost is externalized entirely onto vulnerable communities and precious ecosystems, while profits flow to criminal organizations and consumption occurs in wealthy nations. It's environmental injustice on global scale. The indigenous and local communities affected by coca cultivation and cocaine production rarely have voice in discussions about drug policy. Their forests are destroyed, their rivers poisoned, their communities militarized, and their young people recruited into illegal activities, all to supply cocaine demand in wealthy countries. These communities didn't create cocaine markets. They suffer cocaine production's consequences while distant consumers experience cocaine's effects without seeing its costs. The disconnect between consumption and consequence is profound. A cocaine user in Amsterdam or New York has no conception of the poisoned rivers in Colombia or the destroyed ecosystems in Peru. They see white powder. They don't see deforestation, chemical contamination, or community displacement. The supply chain is long enough that consequences remain invisible to consumers, enabling continued demand without moral reckoning. The response to all these challenges, European market expansion, fentanyl contamination, environmental destruction, has been largely inadequate because it continues applying failed approaches. Law enforcement focuses on interdiction and arrest, yet cocaine supply remains abundant and expanding. Billions in anti-drug spending haven't reduced availability, they've just made trafficking more sophisticated. Treatment and harm reduction receive fraction of enforcement budgets, despite evidence that addressing demand is more effective than attacking supply. Environmental regulations don't apply to illegal operations by definition. International cooperation struggles against criminal organizations that operate across borders more smoothly than governments coordinate. The policy toolkit seems stuck in approaches proven ineffective over decades while problems evolve and intensify. Yet the story isn't entirely hopeless. Some jurisdictions are experimenting with decriminalization, removing criminal penalties for personal possession while maintaining prohibition of trafficking. This approach, pioneered in Portugal and being tested elsewhere, separates users from criminal justice system while maintaining pressure on supply. Drug checking services where users can test substances for contaminants are expanding in some areas, preventing overdose deaths despite legal ambiguities. Harm reduction approaches that meet users where they are rather than demanding abstinence are gaining acceptance. Treatment that addresses addiction as health issue rather than moral failing is improving outcomes. These approaches represent evolution in thinking, recognizing that prohibition alone has failed and that reducing harm requires pragmatic rather than ideological responses. The coca leaf itself, that sacred Andean plant whose journey we've traced across continents and centuries, remains what it always was, a hardy shrub producing leaves containing cocaine alkaloid among many other compounds. Indigenous communities still chew these leaves as their ancestors did for millennia, deriving modest benefits without the devastation associated with refined cocaine. The plant hasn't changed. Human systems built around it have changed catastrophically. The transformations we've traced, from sacred to colonial commodity, from whole plant to isolated alkaloid, from controlled substance to cartel product, from single market to global commodity, each represented choices, not inevitabilities. At each stage, different choices might have led different directions. The tragedy isn't in the plant, it's in what human systems made of it. As we conclude this journey through cocaine's history, we're left with uncomfortable truths and unresolved tensions. A substance that sustained indigenous communities for 8,000 years became global destroyer when stripped of context, concentrated in potency, and embedded in exploitative systems. The same alkaloid that provided gentle energy to Andean farmers now fuels criminal empires, corrupts nations, kills users, and destroys ecosystems. The distance from Andean reverence to fentanyl-contaminated nightclub cocaine is measured in degrees of removed context, each removal amplifying harm while eliminating safeguard. The indigenous wisdom that knew coca as powerful and deserving respect was replaced by Victorian hubris that saw only profit potential, then prohibition that created criminal opportunity, then cartel enterprise that maximized exploitation. Where does this leave us? With a global cocaine problem that shows no signs of resolution, European markets expanding while American markets remain robust, criminal organizations more powerful and sophisticated than ever, supply chains that poison ecosystems and destabilize nations, products contaminated with substances turning use into mortality risk, and underlying it all, continued human appetite for altered consciousness, meeting capitalist logic that turns demand into profit regardless of cost. The cocaine story isn't over, it's merely a current chapter in ongoing narrative. What comes next depends on choices made at individual and societal levels, on policies enacted or reformed, on systems addressed or ignored. For you, dear listener, having accompanied this journey from Andean mountainside to global catastrophe, the value lies in understanding. When cocaine appears in news headlines or policy debates, you now know its fuller history, the 8,000 years of sustainable use preceding the 150 years of disaster. You understand how prohibition creates criminal opportunity rather than eliminating demand. You see how racial and class dynamics shape drug policy responses. You recognize how environmental costs remain hidden from consumers. You appreciate how indigenous wisdom was discarded in favor of colonial exploitation and scientific reductionism. This context doesn't provide easy solutions, but it prevents accepting simple narratives. The cocaine problem isn't solved by better enforcement or harsher penalties, not when those approaches have failed for a century. It's not solved by legalization either, which carries its own complex implications. It requires grappling with demand, with harm, with exploitation, with ecology, with justice, a comprehensive reckoning that our political systems seem poorly equipped to undertake. As we close this final chapter, and this nocturnal journey through cocaine's troubled history, I hope you found the information valuable even if the story itself is troubling. The coca leaf's transformation from sacred to devastating mirrors larger patterns in human history. The stripping of context from powerful things, the prioritization of profit over wisdom, the externalization of costs onto vulnerable populations and ecosystems, the stubborn persistence of failed approaches. These patterns aren't unique to cocaine, but cocaine illustrates them starkly. So as you drift off tonight, carry with you this knowledge, that complex problems rarely have simple solutions, that history's patterns teach lessons we often ignore, that what seems like modern crisis has ancient roots, and that the consequences of our choices ripple across continents and generations. The cocaine that might circulate in your city, that might be discussed in your news, that might affect your community. It connects backward to Andean spirituality and forward to environmental destruction, sideways to African corruption and European organised crime, downward to devastated communities and upward to corporate-level criminal profit. It's all connected, one leaf's journey transformed by human systems into global web of consequence. Thank you for staying with me through this long night's exploration. We've covered millennia of history, from ancient mummies with coca in their cheeks to modern cities with cocaine in their sewage. We've met Inca emperors, Spanish conquistadors, German chemists, Viennese psychologists, American prohibitionists, Colombian kingpins, Mexican cartel leaders, and Italian mafiosi. We've traced routes from Andean slopes to Potosi mines, from Victorian pharmacies to prohibition speakeasies, from Colombian jungles to American inner cities, from West African waypoints to European nightclubs. It's been quite a journey, and you've been excellent company. Now as dawn approaches somewhere and night deepens elsewhere, it's time to rest. Let the weight of this history settle gently. Tomorrow offers opportunity to engage with these issues however you're called to. Supporting harm reduction, advocating policy reform, understanding complexity, or simply being informed citizen in conversations about drugs, crime, and justice. The cocaine story continues being written by choices made daily, and informed citizens make better choices. So good night, dear night owls, wherever you are in this wide world. Sweet dreams to you, whatever time zone holds you. May your sleep be peaceful and untroubled by the heavy history we've explored. May you wake with broader understanding and deeper wisdom. And may the coca leaf, in whatever form you encounter its legacy, remind you that power stripped from context becomes danger, that profit divorced from ethics breeds exploitation, and that the sacred deserves respect even when, especially when, science reveals its secrets. Sleep well, friends. The night is deep, the story's told, and you've earned your rest. Until next time, stay curious, stay compassionate, and stay cozy. This has been quite an adventure together, and I'm grateful you stayed through all 12 chapters of cocaine's remarkable, troubling, instructive journey. Pleasant dreams, everyone. Good night.